Me quería agarrar el micrófono completamente desprevenido, no listo. Me tenía muteado. Espero que sí me puedan escuchar todos. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Feliz miércoles. Hoy es un buen día para todos nosotros. Hoy es un buen día para todos nosotros, efectivamente. Espero que estén muy bien, que hayan descansado, que hayan dormido mejor que yo y que la vayan a pasar muy bien el día de hoy. Es miércoles, casi ya llegamos al viernes, no se me preocupen. Ahí estamos, ahí estamos. El día de hoy quería discutir con ustedes antes de irnos al casino, por supuesto, con el gran Alex y el gran Farhan. Quería rápidamente decirles que creemos aquí en Elite Trading Academy para todos ustedes, viendo las tablas, que hemos encontrado una buena zona de fondo local para empezar a hacer apuestas a largo. Anoche, después de ser el gran corto de Solana, me metí en long en Ethereum, en Bitcoin, y hasta ahorita acabo de checar justamente antes de subir y ahí vamos. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante platicar esto? Simplemente para tener a todo el mundo en la misma página, no perder la cabeza, todo esto de los aranceles de nuevo. En realidad, la noticia de los aranceles, si se ponen a pensar todos un poco y nos ponemos a pensar, yo lo único que quiero en este canal es que aprendan a pensar fuera de lo que todo el mundo piensa, ¿no? Salirse de la mentalidad de la manada. Y eso les va a ayudar bastante y los va a ayudar en muchísimas diferentes otras cosas. Es todo lo que quiero que aprendan. Uno, lo de las noticias y el estrés que trae encima con todo el mundo, eso que está literalmente destruyendo a todos, haciéndolos enojar, etcétera, es una estupidez. Quiero que vean, no quiero que vean las noticias, en realidad me gustaría que nadie viera esas cosas. Yo ni siquiera veo las noticias, entonces no tengo ni idea. Lo único que veo es de lo que la gente se está quejando y lo que tiene a la gente vuelta loca. Eso sí lo veo, honestamente, y de ahí voy e investigo y me interesa, lo veo. Pero no me meto a ver las noticias. Lo que sí tengo es X y en X me llegan todas estas noticias, ¿no? Y lo que me he dado cuenta es, si te pones a pensar por qué me están contando esta noticia, vas a llegar a muchísimas mejores conclusiones que si te la comes enterita. Hoy en la mañana, después de haber platicado con Alex, con Farhan, habíamos dicho, güey, creo que estamos en una zona donde podemos encontrar un fondito, vamos a ver esto. Y hoy en la mañana me paré y también me gusta relacionar los técnicos, porque estás volteando a ver una tabla y dices, güey, ¿cómo no? O sea, la gente que no entiende tablas, ¿cómo voy a llegar a hacer eso? Pero el otro es, instantáneamente en la mañana, hoy nos intentaron decir, China pone tarifas de aranceles de 100% en contra de Estados Unidos. Ya sé que Estados Unidos y China se están midiendo el chile y todo el mundo está en ese show. Perdón, yo estoy muy cansado de tener que repetir que esto no tiene nada que ver con eso. Yo sé que todo el mundo cree que sí, pero al ver eso, básicamente lo que tienen que entender es, el mercado es un gran proyecto NFT y este gran proyecto NFT tiene dueños. Los dueños de este proyecto NFT son nuestros políticos y empresas grandes y nos comunican lo que está haciendo el proyecto NFT a través de noticias, ¿ok? Cuando esta mañana me ponen todas las malas noticias, una tras otra, instantáneamente me ponen Ethereum, eh, ¿cómo se llama el hijo de Donald Trump? Donald Trump Jr. o Don Trump Jr. No sé si le estoy cagando, no. Pero su hijo había recomendado que compraran Ethereum, pusieron la tabla. Lo primero que me desperté y vi fue, Ethereum está abajo desde que no sé qué. Y dije, a huevo, voy a checar mi long. Buenísimo, vamos arriba, entré en 1413. Y todavía tenía más entradas abajo. Estoy triste que no hayan entrado, pero no me molestaría si hago un round trip para después rebotar, aunque ya se ve un poco difícil la cosa, pero por ahora se ve bien. Entonces, me ponen eso, me ponen que China se está poniendo así, que este es el fin del mundo, cada que llegamos a esto. Y ahora, quiero que quede muy claro esto, porque tengo que ser muy literal. Yo sé que hay mucha gente que todas estas cosas las puedes comprender y a veces te confunden porque los timelines de todo el mundo son diferentes. No estamos diciendo que este es el fondo de la caída total. No, 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 no. Estamos diciendo, esta es una zona de rebote importante. Recuerda que en los mercados bajistas tienes los mejores rebotes. ¿Se acuerdan en el 2022? No. No te hagas, cabrón, no te acuerdas. En el 2022 tuvimos unos rebotazos excelentes y estamos esperando lo mismo este estilo de mercado. Entonces, no vamos a quedarnos fuera, vamos a aprovechar todos los movimientos, vamos para arriba, para abajo en el mercado. No estamos peleados, no estamos enamorados de nada, solamente yo de Tesla. ya saben, y de Rivian. Pero más allá de eso, no estamos enamorados de absolutamente nada en lo que estamos invirtiendo. Estamos divirtiéndonos. Vemos que el movimiento va para arriba, vamos para arriba. Vemos que va para abajo, vamos para abajo. Y hay veces que nos equivocamos, está bien, pero tenemos esa mitigación de riesgo. Es todo lo que estamos aprendiendo acá. Entonces, yo quiero que estén en lo mismo. Ahora, rápidamente hablando un poco de las noticias que importan de verdad. Hablemos, porque los números de todo, honestamente, te cuentan la historia perfecto. No tienes que ir a buscar excusas en ningún lado. Vamos a empezar con los bonos del Tesoro americano. Los bonos del Tesoro americanos, mis estimados, déjenme, se los pongo acá rapidísimo en pantalla para que lo tengan, porque ahora me doy cuenta, esto no es un podcast. Esto simplemente es un casino del tío Salo. Les pongo esto rápido. Aquí tienen mi bono a 10 años. Bono a 10 años, lo voy a poner en la semanal porque la de 4 horas en un bono está degenerado. Pueden ver absolutamente este súper rebote semanal que estamos teniendo, que literalmente tomó de la parte de mi línea meme por acá hasta esta. O sea, un rebote importante. ¿Y por qué estamos viendo esto? Mucha gente cree y le echa la culpa. Es la incertidumbre de los aranceles. Es lo que está pasando. Si te pones a pensar un poco en el trade más cabrón de toda la historia que está a punto de ser ejecutado por Warren Buffett con 350 mil millones de dólares, lo único que están haciendo es abriendo una última puerta, en mi opinión, a la gente que va a transferir riqueza. ¿Qué es lo que hizo Warren Buffett? ¿Cómo transfieres esta riqueza? Esto es lo que está pasando enfrente de todos sus ojos y todo el mundo está muy preocupado por otra cosa. Y ahí les va. Fundamentalmente es esto. Warren Buffett compra acciones. Estas acciones suben muchísimo de precio y después cuando estas acciones suben muchísimo de precio y él cree que ya no van a subir más, compra bonos del tesoro. Normalmente cuando el mercado está hasta el tope, los rendimientos de los bonos cuando el mercado está a full top, cuando ves que el rendimiento de los bonos está arriba, quieres cambiar ahora sí que todas tus ganancias, convertirlas en cash. Recuerden, es como vendes tu Tesla y en vez de que te den dinero, o sea, que te depositen $500 en tu cuenta, Warren Buffett tiene tanto dinero que tiene que comprar tesorería. Esto quiere decir que Warren Buffett está haciendo dinero. Pretendamos que Warren Buffett compró justamente en la zona del 4.7%. No, eso quiere decir que todo este downside, porque la gente no se da cuenta, si inviertes 10 millones de dólares en un bono a 5% y el rendimiento baja a 3%, estás haciendo casi un 10% en tu dinero, más aparte todo lo que te va a pagar el bono. Pero si lo vendes, estás haciendo una gran lana. Warren Buffett está haciendo eso para comprar el mercado abajo. Entonces, esto para todo el mundo que está friqueando los de, ¿por qué está subiendo el bono del tesoro después de que estaba bajando y que vamos a seguirlo viendo para abajo? Esta, en mi opinión, es la última oportunidad de salida para toda esa gente que está haciendo uno de esos monster trades. Y es lo que va a hacer. ¿Qué me dice que estoy bien o que estoy mal? Petróleo. El petróleo está dando por debajo de $50. Déjenme les quito mi arco iris. Yo creo que si están viendo esto y no son miembros del casino, a nadie le interesa ver indicadores. Pueden ver la caída tan potente. No habíamos visto estos niveles desde el 2021, ¿no? Básicamente, febrero del 2021. ¿Por qué está cayendo tanto el petróleo? Sencillo. Menos demanda del mismo. Mucha gente te dirá, pero es que van a excavar más con Donald Trump y van a sacar más petróleo y todo esto, etcétera. Sí, pero también gas natural y el gas natural sigue arriba, como lo habíamos dicho, que compramos ese gran fondo en 1.5, está en $3.5 en este momento, más del doble de cuando nos metimos originalmente. Entonces, no tiene nada que ver eso, es simplemente actividad económica en todo el mundo, está reduciéndose a un nivel ridículo, sobre todo cuando están viendo que literalmente no solamente la actividad económica está reduciendo en Estados Unidos, sino que en Europa, en China, y empezamos a ver que todas las bolsas se contagian, es simplemente el final de esta transferencia de riqueza tan potente que hemos estado viviendo. El peso mexicano, por más que se enojen conmigo, no sé por qué cada que lo menciono, la gente, o tal vez sea parte de la propaganda en México, son puta agresivos de a madre con los bots. Acá, cuando estábamos en 16 pesos por dólar, les dije, este es el fondo, yo voy a comprar, acumular pesos. De ahí se fue hasta acá arriba a los 21.5 y de ahí ajustó tantito y llegó a tocar los 19.8, que fue una gran zona de oportunidad para comprarlo. Y ahorita está en 20. De solamente un año para atrás, un año, ¿ok? Esto es abril del 2024, hemos llegado a un tope de 30% de pérdida de valor del peso. En este momento estamos 28% 28% de pérdida del peso contra el dólar y en su nivel más bajo estábamos en 21%. Y aún así tienen los huevos de salir a decir en la televisión que el superpeso, porque llegó a ajustarse de 21 a 19. Pero como pueden ver, en México, si ustedes están en pesos, por ejemplo, y esto está pasando en todo el mundo y esto va a continuar, y esto, lo que estamos viendo en este momento es el principio, simplemente. Esta es la dinámica. En cuanto hubo este flashazo, yo les dije, cada que algo así pasa en el gráfico del peso, una crisis gigantesca viene y se desemboca después. No sé por qué. No entiendo por qué. Lo he checado con varios analistas potentes, honestamente, y todos me dicen sí, pero nadie entiende el por qué. No me voy a meter a entender el por qué, simplemente sé qué es lo que pasa. Y es lo que estamos viendo. Si creen que ya vieron el tope del peso contra el dólar, no han visto nada y lo mismo va a pasar con el euro y todos. En cuanto vean los bonos bajar, el dólar va a subir y todas las demás monedas relativamente van a caer fuerte y pesado. Así que estén al pendiente. Son cosas pequeñas, tontas que nos están diciendo esto, que están poniendo la fotografía de una manera bastante sencilla sobre la mesa para nosotros. Y también pueden ver, no solo eso, el peso en la semanal tiene un cero alcista de volatilidad. Entonces, estamos empezando mucho más abajo del 15% y vamos para arriba. La última vez que tuvimos un cero de volatilidad fue esto, donde vimos al peso perder 30%. Así que ahí lo tienen. Una vez más, no es para que se enojen, es solamente un ejemplo y que se den cuenta dónde estamos parados en toda esta transición de riqueza de un lado para otro. Pero sin más ni más, vámonos al casino del tío Salo. Yo creo que es por lo que todos estamos acá y es donde todos nos vamos a divertir. Para todos los que quieran aprender, les voy a recomendar esto. ¿Quieren aprender trading? Están aquí nuestros videos 3 veces a la semana, 4 horas diarias, 4 horas diarias, 4 horas con ustedes, tradeando, aprendiendo. Si no entienden algo, quieren apoyarse de la gente, quieren referencias en la comunidad, vengan y caigan a nuestro Discord. Es absolutamente gratis. Denme un segundo, déjenme quito esta chingadera para que lo puedan ver bien. Ahí está. Esto, y también tal vez mi cara, si es que sigo ahí. Sí, nadie necesita ver mi horrenda cara. Aquí básicamente lo que están viendo es nuestro Discord. Cáiganle, los menús están en el lado izquierdo. Aquí van a poder ver los análisis de Alex, los de Farhan, el chat general. Venga toda la gente a platicar con nosotros. Criptolingo para cualquier persona. Si tienes una pregunta de lo que estás escuchando en este momento en el canal y no entiendes, aquí tenemos un diccionario básicamente en inglés y en español de todo lo que decimos que tal vez no es tan común. Ven a compartir tus... Ok, fueron $5,000 que ganó. Dije, no mames, este güey hizo 5,000%. ¿Qué tengo que hacer? Hemos estado imprimiendo todo el camino para abajo, estando en corto desde los $100,000 en Bitcoin y continuamos, ¿no? Y ahora, una vez más, estamos del otro lado de esta operación. Por ahora, muy contento. La comunidad ha estado explotando, honestamente, porque Alex ha estado destruyendo junto con Farhan todas las tablas. Así que estamos contentos y emocionados de tenerlos por acá. Si necesitan cualquier enlace oficial de los que tenemos es acá. Nadie les va a cobrar nada. No tienes que conectar una cartera cripto. No tienes que hacer nada acá. Esto debería ser gratis sin ninguna sorpresita, ¿ok? Y además, si son degenerados como nosotros, quieren aprender a tradear futuros, lo único que tienen que hacer, mis estimados, y déjenme asegurarme que esto esté compartiendo, es vengan a Tutos. Una vez más, este es nuestro sitio de eTrading Academy. Es gratis. Cómo tradear en bluffing. Se meten acá, un video de 5 minutitos, les explica cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo se usa, dónde encontrar todos los precios y también el enlace directo para poder participar con nosotros. Si están apenas aprendiendo, esta es la primera vez que lo están haciendo y están subiéndose al barco, les recomiendo que se den una vuelta al Discord, vean cómo van, tengan todo esto y cualquier referencia extra. Si no entienden, yo lo que haría es, si no entiendo nada, me bajo el curso, cuesta $29.99. Lo hicimos bastante accesible para todo el mundo para que de verdad la mayor cantidad de gente aprenda. No lo hicimos gratis porque nadie toma esa información de valor si es gratis. Nadie lo ves como, me da igual. Entonces tenemos ese curso, dura una hora 40, está pero reducido a mini segmentos para que puedas aprender todo. Viendo el curso y teniéndonos acá operando así, puedes hacer todo con $29.99. Ahora, a los que les gustan las señales y todo eso, es nivel más avanzado y con eso es bastante sencillo, aprendiendo todo lo que sabemos, lo que hemos aprendido juntos en estos meses, ya casi vamos por un año, en estos meses juntos, más aparte las señales y todo eso, ¿qué más necesitas? Honestamente, si un imbécil como yo puede hacer dinero, Cualquiera puede. Así que ahí lo tenemos. Voy a traer a Alex y a Farhan. Aquí están con nosotros. My boys, good morning. Guten morning.
Buenos dias, muchachos. I got them doing my childlike shirts on.
Oh,
Yo,
nice.
yo,
What,
yo,
what,
what up,
what
boys?
cartoon?
This is Yu-Gi-Oh,
Yu-Gi-Oh.
the
Yes,
card game.
yes. I'm
I
too
used to
old.
play that when I was in high school. I used to play it like what do you call it? Competitively.
Really? So,
Yeah, I was one of those
but it's a
losers.
card game. So it's
Yeah,
like the ones that they play in South Park with the I can't remember the rooster and the I don't know what. I
yeah.
mean,
And
obviously different, but
it was a parody of Magic the Gathering on South Park. I played that,
ah,
which is even nerdier.
you fucking nerd.
It's
You
like
disgust me.
for both of those games, they're like children's games, but to play it competitively, you got to spend like $800 to $1,200 on a deck. So what kid is gonna do that? Not many.
Wow, what pieces of shit. All right, well, let's jump into the market. What are we looking at right now, boys?
Let's
Because
go look at.
we've been short and hard, but
Oh yeah,
what are we looking at right now?
I think we should look at the corn. In
Yeah, we
correlation
should.
in correlation to indices. I think that'll be quite important to make the correlation to that. Watch both, because you're right. We have been shorting. We've been quite hard too, very hard. Never has been there a day this week where we've been soft.
That's right.
So now let's just see.
Let's see where we can take those erections, those market erections.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's a good one. The market erections. Oops. Moved a meme line there. Got to fix that. 'Cause we like our
Quick
meme line
little,
good at
quick little
ET.
market jerk, no big deal.
Quickie here, quickie there, quickie in church, in the restaurant. No big deal.
Everywhere. I mean, I showed you guys. I was doing a quickie in my living room last night.
Amazing.
You did show us that. All right. So what's going on? Because we've essentially fulfilled our bear prophecy in my book. I mean, if we look here, we've gone to 74.5. I'm almost certain CME probably hit 73. Let's look. Nope, 74.6. Fine. That's how Bitcoin is sometimes. So, we've been religiously talking about 73,000 for a long time now. And to me, it just made a lot of sense. Like, we shouldn't really be in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, we really should not be on short watch anymore. The time to short was the entire time we did. I mean, Bitcoin essentially was giving us major opportunities all the way from here in the 90s, all the way from here in the 100,000s. And then lastly, here in the 89s, we got a cheeky short here at the 81s, but overall, we have literally utilized and played this entire down market to its fullest potential. And not many can actually say that. I mean, essentially flipping short, giving shorts here all the way down, catching a nice 26% move down. You do have to understand now that, what we're seeing across the board is everyone's getting extremely bearish now. Every single person. I had yesterday 3 people ask me, is it time to pull out? Is it time to short? What do we do? And I'm like, damn, this isn't the time to do any of that. You should have already done that. Now, you just have to wait. Because now what we're seeing is like people are understanding the dynamic we're in markets, which is very bearish. And to me, I always look at that in correlation to a possible squeeze scenario. Because, we've been solidly talking about the 73s. I know how Bitcoin likes to work here. And I know that it always likes to either front run a level or blow right past it. I was looking at the lower time frames last night, very late at night. And I was just looking at this very shallow higher low here. It's more obvious if we go to like a higher time frame, like a 6 hour. And so our objective now is to essentially break 81 too. And why would that be? Why is my tone flipping to more bullish after I was max bearish for multiple weeks? Well, I understand how this game works on Bitcoin. It's a clown game. Bitcoin likes to be as max pain as possible. For me, what do we have? Well, let's go to the weekly and start really dissecting things. So on Bitcoin's weekly, nothing but air. It's just solidly like obvious. Slightly concerning here with this view because we're in that breakdown posturing. Let me go to the index, a lot cleaner. But you just visually see there is nothing but air. You have 1, 2 meme lines up until that EMA 100, but per my system, below the 34, it takes you to the 100. So that's just the flip side of this whole idea. But then we start actually looking at the indices like index and not index, like futures, right? And let's take a look. So I've been actually quite vocal on the fact that I do think that ES1 is going to bottom around the 4,700. We essentially almost hit that level. Why am I thinking this is going to bottom? Well, you logically have to look at all the boomer stuff and you have to say, well, you know, if we're truly not fucked, meaning this is just like a bigger pullback in the grand scheme of things, you do logically have to assume that the weekly SMA 200 is going to hold. That's just always a spot that should hold. Even in the worst of down markets, that should hold. You know, ES1 dumped 21% almost, and look what held. SMA 200. Slight deviation here, but stayed under it for 1, 2, 3 weeks. Quickly got reclaimed. I mean, it was really only red for 1 week under it. Then you had 3 weeks of green. Very obvious. And then here, lastly, this became a very nice buying opportunity before we made the rally up to the 6,000s. And this was sitting at 3,600. Now, we can keep going, though, obviously, and I've done this, right? We can look here. This one was another buying opportunity, another buying opportunity, another buying opportunity. What you'll notice is anytime we are under the SMA 200, generally is when you're going through issues in the global markets, issues with the USA. We see here this was 2008. And then I believe that's it. It's all the data we have on this one. Lastly was when we went under it in 9/11. So understand that this is a very, 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 very big spot that we shouldn't disregard on markets at all. Even if I'm extremely bearish overall, it doesn't mean that we can't play the mean reversion bounces, which I promise you there always is mean reversion bounces of like 10 to 15% every single time. It's just a matter of timing it and figuring it out and being early to it. Because, right, the most amount of money that we made at ETA was because we were early. We weren't following the masses. We weren't doing what everyone was doing. And right now, I promise you, every single person is considering shorting today because we've had literally nonstop red in markets. It's been pretty easy to short. What you'll notice on ES1, even on the daily, is we've wicked. We formed a higher low slightly. Bulls are trying to form structure here while every single person is thinking about shorting now. I have to be concerned of this idea because I want lower on Bitcoin, but I had to yesterday close out all shorts because I just did not like the vibe that I was getting in the fact that we are at my major levels now across the board, and I can't knowingly short this after we just printed so much money because that's the issue with traders is you'll do really good, you'll hit a big trade, and then you'll get really used to that or, you know, not locked in, and then you get smoked. Another reason on why we definitely could go up at this point, mean reversion, if not, is just simply because we're at extremes here. We have the double derp extremes. Generally, this could start coming down now. The opposite of this coming down would mean that price will go up. If you go to the Dow Jones as well, what you'll notice is the same thing. If it wants to load. Oh, wait, that was a daily. I was so confused. 1 second. So you'll notice here as well, same logic, SMA 200 on the weekly. Excuse me. That's a big spot. So like, you know, I like TA a lot. I'm a nerd. And so I have to look at this and the environment we're in and really wonder and ask myself, are we just about to bigly squeeze now? We definitely could. You know, I mean, visually, I hope we all can see this. Generally, I mean, this was COVID. This was 2008. All these other ones were just buying opportunities. So you have to literally think that this is going to hold until it proves to you that it's not. Now, we can obviously, like I say, be in a moving average range. What does that mean? You're simply going to the SMA 200, bouncing, going to the 100, rejecting, and doing this. You could do that for sure. But honestly, in my personal opinion, I'm expecting something like this. I think we're on the weekly going to test the lows of one more time. And then I think we're going to move up and actually hit the 9. There will be a reaction of either we're going to form a very shallow lower high So maybe it doesn't go this high, but remember, it is just a large line, just to represent. Or we're gonna, actually hold this zone here and push up. Personally, I just think this is gonna be another lower high on the weekly. Because remember, the weekly is in a downtrend, so that's gonna take time, obviously. And we have to gauge here, essentially, this being the last lower high, lower low, lower high would be amazing if it can do something like this, just something real dirty. Gets real close to this, forms that price divergence that I like to short, gives us an easy invalidation, massive squeeze up. The masses get bullish again. ES1's up 14%, one of the biggest rallies of the week, and then it gets sold down. What would that correlate to Bitcoin? What would that mean? Well, it probably means that Bitcoin is going to hold the 73s. That should act as an opportunity. I was pretty vocal about this on the Discord. 73,800 was the spot. You can see we ever so slightly front ran it. I even a few days ago posted a long here. I canceled that though, but I am now on majorly long watch. And I religiously was talking to the Discord about this last night. This is not the place you scale in shorts. This is the place you dunk on the masses that are shorting here and close your shorts and consider longing now. Now, I'm getting a lot of long triggers into today, and that's going to be quite important going into next week. Not this week, but next week, because I truly believe that we're going to bottom this week, range into Friday, pump into next week. And then at that point, we have to really gauge, is this setting up for another max short opportunity? Because why could Bitcoin actually pump from here? Well, we understand this range, right? Like where I'm getting the 73K high is essentially what the high we had here before we had that major range in 2020, four, where we just essentially hit this high and then majorly ranged for multiple months. You have to logically look at this as a breakout zone that we never tested before. That, you could even draw another meme line here at this low. I won't do it. I won't keep it, but I'll do it right here. Now you can kind of say, okay, yeah, we are bouncing from this wick low. This is somewhat of support. So you have to then be looking at this as a major throwback. I mean, that's how Bitcoin is. It likes to break out, and then come down and throw it back. I mean, you have to look at that as just that for now in correlation to indices hitting major support. Don't find it a coincidence that we're in this environment that now all the stars aligned. What you'll see is the decorrelation bros are gone, and actually it's quite correlated. Yeah,
Good job, sir.
thank you. Quite correlated, I will say. So like visually, you can see that Bitcoin likes to range, and a range really makes sense. Even if you got a bounce here, you moved up, you definitely could go to the 9. I think you'll go to the 21 this next leg up. And then you have to take it level to level, right? Do you reject just 82s, have an easy stop at 84.6, or do you personally go up? And now I'm going to share a scenario where I personally think this is going to happen. And I'm going to be preparing accordingly to it. And I'm not going to be looking at shorts anymore. My scenario is this. I think we're going to do this. I think we're honestly going to go up. I think we're going to move up nicely, hit the 9. I think we're actually going to go down again. I think this is going to be the morale break for longs. I think then we're actually going to hit my support line. I'm really sick of these support lines getting front ran. I think we're actually going to hit it, though. I think this is going to be an easy long because we're going to focus on longs here with, a stop here at like, what's it called? It's more obvious on like, let me see a weekly. And then on this chart, it doesn't matter what the stop is. I'm going to give it to the Academy because my idea now is that any longs I'm going to give, I gave a lot of freebies to the Discord. These longs I'm going to be giving, hear my words, are going to be solely for the Academy. I'm not going to be posting these on the Discord. So definitely sign up if you want to get the sauce. But I personally think we're going to probably we're either going to reclaim the 9 and I'm wrong, or we're going to reject it, run the lows one more time, hit the meme line, fulfill the prophecy, flip this high into support. At that point, I'm expecting a bigly bounce. Totally in Bitcoin's characteristic to do bigly bounces, especially when the masses are short. At this point, I think we can move up. I personally think we can go all the way back to 88,000. Now, 88,000 is very, very important to me. We definitely can go to 88,000, or we absolutely could go to 91s. It's two zones for me, but I mean, per my system, how you guys know I look at the charts, I have to be gauging that daily EMA 100 as a fresh point of interest to short. you don't really short here on the lower low break, right? You'd kind of be an asshole shorting here, scaling in shorts here. You don't do that. You just wait and get the extremity short with the easy stop loss. Why would this give you an easy stop loss? Well, Bitcoin loves the dirty dance. I mean, what would be max pain here? Coming on the daily, coming back down, hitting this zone, using this as a spring, launching up, going all the way back up to like 87, 88K, not taking out this last lower high at 88,900, going just about to it at 87.4, and then bigly rejecting after we hit the daily EMA 100, fulfilling my prophecy of going to the EMA 100 on the weekly. That to me just seems very likely right now. I don't know why, but it just seems to me like, this would be the kind of max pain scenario I see in markets. We understand that daily EMA 100 is the spot. That is always a short opportunity. You'll understand that since we SFP'd it, we got the bearish retest, and then we have not hit it since then. This is dramatically moving down. You want this to start moving down closer to the meme line, definitely getting below the last lower high. Therefore, then if we do hit it, you won't actually break trend, specifically on the weekly. Now, Bitcoin is going down now, so let's see what's good with it. And it makes sense. I mean, you're just essentially now gauging this as possibly the bearish retest of the 4-hour 9. You're possibly looking at these lows to get swept and doing exactly what I just mentioned, going to this low. Now, I don't think you should be shorting this at all. That just seems too risky. But potentially, I guess that is a 5% move. Potentially, that's not too bad. I just think personally right now, it's too easy. And it could be too easy. I mean, we've talked about when the weekly volatilities start really firing off, you do get minimal pullback. So, but markets are hot right now. I mean, you can't say they're not. We had ES1 like do a whole revert of like moving up 2%, if not more. Jeez. Moving up 9%, only then on intraday to then reverse it 7% or 8%, basically go red almost. That's crazy. That doesn't happen. You don't get 9% intraday moves on ES1. That's absolutely bonkers. So you definitely have the volatility to squeeze if you want. What would that look like for ES1? Right? Because I truly believe it's all correlated. And there's the decorrelation bros again, but it's all correlated, right? It's like, okay, cool, we understand here. Let me just extend this now. Probably does this then, and then comes down, hits this one more time, spring up. Now I think ES1 can go to 5,500 again. I think 5,500 just a spot makes a lot of sense to me. Daily EMA 100 will be your guide for shorts. You'll quickly realize in this bear market that is going to be your friend. It was always your friend in bull markets, was it not? So this will be your friend in bear markets, and that friend is a spot of interest to reject. You'll notice that you could even go all the way up to potentially even 5,700, not take out that this high here, and even possibly get that SMA 200 and EMA 100 to actually come more down. Personally, though, I think this EMA 100 will move below the slow, the 200. That's bearish. This moving below the slow. Let's see the last time that happened. Hasn't happened in a long time. Let's see. So we're looking at this. Oh, shit. That there. Right. So let's see here. Let's just find out. Nice. So here's one. Moved under it, which is the EMA 100, moving under the SMA 200, very bearish. And then what did you see? Well, rallied up. This acted as an opportunity to short, and then we dumped. And then what you'll notice is you either were looking at that EMA 100 or on reclaim, right? This took you to the SMA 200 where you got the short opportunity. Okay, that's pretty obvious, actually. And then once you deviated it, you essentially rallied up, rejected the EMA 100. It's pretty simple. Okay. Okay, nice. We got that. And then here, what we see is, again, EMA 100 holding support. Just play the EMA 100 in your system, and you'll do well in trending markets. That is something you'll notice is mentally note this down, boys. In trending markets, the EMA 100 is your friend. It is your friend. And so what we see here is, okay, we have the EMA 100 crossing under the SMA 200, dumps down, And then here, this was a failed one because you were not failed, but it just reclaimed it. At this point here, went up, retested, went up. Right, but even here, I mean, this is very clean. You retest the EMA 100, you back test it, boom. I mean, that's very simple. Lock yourself in a room on this reclaim along here, you would have printed generational wealth. Here we see again crosses under, it goes down, rallies up to the EMA 100. Slight rejection, but again, got reclaimed. This was very easy to show you. Yes, it got reclaimed, back tested, broke out. So like that's, I mean, two occurrences right there where it just like went under it, dumped, rallied up to the MA 100. As soon as you got above there, you did not short anymore. That was just stupid. And that's why my criteria is like you don't short if you're above the EMA 100. It doesn't matter if the trend is even down, in my opinion. And that might sound counterintuitive because trend is everything, but that is just a factor of probably trend's going to shift, in my opinion. You hear, I mean, clear as day, you got major support on that EMA 100, SMA 200. You lost it, capitulated down. Is there just big zones here? I mean, you can look at any kind of major chart with major money in it, and I promise you this EMA 100 probably is working the same way. If you look at that on the Dow Jones, it was very similar to just a major buying opportunity. What you'll notice is, well, you know, this is coming in right around where that SMA 200 is. You got many gaps to the upside, do you not? And so what you could just get here is overall, like I said, and you're already too here on Dow Jones at extremes. So like, I mean, like this is close. It's close, if not already here, in my opinion. It's very, very close to a bounce. And my point being, you just don't want to start scaling shorts here. That just doesn't make sense. You may have like a 3 to 4% move down, a little bit more to go. But overall, the way I'm looking at things is this is the week of preparation now, where we dunk on boomers, we dunked on bulls, we dunked on all the decorrelation bros. And now what we want to do is not join them, but dunk on them again and actually flip long. Because what you see is, and I've had a lot of traders text me personally, a lot yesterday, day before that, good traders being like, what is going on in the markets? What's next? That's the point. It is completely confusing the people who are in this game right now. Not confusing to me. This is either going to get us a bigly bounce here at this point, or we're actually going to hit that weekly SMA 200. What you'll notice is we're slightly front running it now. And this could play into my idea that, yeah, Bitcoin could sweep the lows one more time, actually hit the meme line, and then use it as a spring. Dow Jones could definitely sweep the lows one more time, hit the SMA 200, use that as a spring. It just makes sense. At that point, bulls morale are just dead. They're not going to long this shit anymore. I mean, because they're round tripping 3% moves on the day. Why would you long that shit after you're doing that consistently? Until you get this kind of move, though. And then when you do get this kind of move, and what you'll notice here on the weekly, which we'll have to just mentally note, is the weekly EMA 100 slightly rejecting here. I'm just going to, for now, stick to this idea that, you know, on Bitcoin, at the very least, we'll test the EMA 100. We'll interpret what that could mean for overall the indices. But let's even see here the index. Yeah, I mean, so, you know, this was a pretty, actually, this was obvious as hell. Dumped, rallied up, retest, big nuke. We don't hold the zone. You're going to have to pray to bull Jesus at this SMA 200 holds, because if not, this is going to go all the way to 14,300. That's pretty brutal, I will say. But again, I mean, you can just interpret this as matching my bias. But yeah, we might reject here. We might come down. And then we could get a bottom here. We get a deviation play. This is our Academy long trigger then. There's no really like FOMO for me. It's just more of like the timing. Are we still going to go down today? Or are we going to go up? And if we go down, how much lower are we actually going to go? Because I really do think we're going to get a big bounce here soon, hopefully. The worst thing what we want is to get all longs and then, you know, markets dunk on us next. But that's why we'll have invalidation. It's not like I'm thinking we're going to go up. No, it's like technically per TA, per the book, you do have to expect some kind of reactions around here. You do. I mean, as bearish as I am, which I'm damn bearish, you do have to expect some reaction here. You'll notice Bitcoin dominance is at that resistance zone again. Perfectly called it here on stream. We did finally hit that 63.89%. What you'll notice is bears are going to try to get to work here. Form that divergence, form the lower high, and really push us down. This could bode well for alts. ETH BTC won't probably get it up until we actually hit 1.1674 on ETH BTC, but we're close. We are close, I will say. Yeah, we're close. So why am I looking at ETH BTC? Because Bitcoin dominance looks like it potentially could come down. If not, reclaiming 63.9% will be your ultimate confirmation that we're about to see 69.5% for the culture. That's when Benjamin Cowan is actually bricked, and we have Bitcoin dominance at 69%. So until then, there is hope though that this could reject here. This will bode well for a Bitcoin pump, ideally, and this could mean that alts might actually give us some good short opportunities, not long opportunities, but good short opportunities for mean reversion bounces. I don't think you should be playing altcoins on this mean reversion. I think the easy trade right now is Bitcoin, so stick to it. No need to make your life harder trying to catch the 15, 20, 30%, altcoin gains. Perfectly fine catching the, 12% on Bitcoin if we actually do get this bounce up, because it's still a tradable bounce. I mean, if you do pump 17 to 16%, that is definitely tradable. Absolutely tradable. 100% tradable. And honestly, if you do get that EMA 100 play, it's going to be like the easiest short ever. You're just going to short wherever this is, and you're going to be playing trend, or you're going to have an invalidation of a reclaim of it on the daily. So, this is kind of what I'm hoping for now. This week, we just kind of range consolidate, fuck around a little bit, trap shorts. Next week, we come down again a little bit, move up. And then there, it's just a spring up. We won't go to 90s, but I do think we can go to 88s to 91. And it makes sense. I mean, if we actually extend this out, what do we have? Let's actually decipher this like smart people, right? And what do we have? Well, we have a major place, which was major support for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12 weeks, maybe not count this, so 11, 10 weeks of this just solidly getting reactions every single time we hit the zone. Now you can use this and put it here, draw a little line, put this here. Now look at that, we have a range and this matches my bias. So what you'll notice is we've actually been front running these zones pretty nicely. Bitcoin's dirty. It's dirty in the sense that it definitely could actually, now I'm looking at this, take out these highs really quickly, come up, reject, and then come down quickly. All the trend, traders get out, all the stops get taken, and it looks something like this. And on Bitcoin, we're not getting it on the weekly, but on the 2-week you are, right? And the 2-week matches my bias as well. This is a big spot. The 2-week EMA 34, you can't disregard. How did that treat you here when you disregarded that? Well, I mean, that should have been a place to start longing, not shorting. We're very similar to that zone. This was the only time in the bull market where we hit the 2-week EMA 34. This will be the second time. I don't think that this first time was something you should have disregarded. You should not disregard this second time. Could look very much like this. And then, boop. Maybe hits the 9 on the 2-week, or just goes to the meme line, because we actually haven't put in a bearish retest here. Have we? No, we've never put in the bearish retest yet, ever. It just hasn't occurred yet. Almost, but not really. So when I look at 10 weeks of support holding, I know how Bitcoin is. I know how important that daily EMA 100 is. I know it's coming in now right around this zone here. I do have to then start looking at everything in correlation to a bounce. And a bounce gearing up for next week, and that's what I'm going to be playing for the foreseeable future, because we killed the short side, but come on, we can't get too greedy here. And where am I wrong? Where can we start actually shorting again? Well, it's very simple. You're actually just going to be gauging now the 2021 cycle high. You get no short trade until you deviate that, in my opinion. It's just here, you got no long trade until you reclaimed it. Now there's going to be chop, but it's you no long trade until you reclaim it. And just having that same logic in this zone, well, that really would have did you well. I mean, even on this failed one where we deviated it, that still gave you a 4% move up. Even just here, reclaimed it, go long here, boom, would have printed well. So it's the same logic. You're just now more cautious of shorting. You're more in that TP posturing around 73 to 69K, as we talked about. And you don't get any kind of short trigger, in my opinion, until you actually deviate the SMA, the 2021 cycle high. So it could look like this, and then this, and then this, or you just rally up to that cycle high and then reject. Either or, you're gonna bang shorts, one or the other. So so I don't have FOMO here, because if we do end up catching this short, it's still another 30% down. It's definitely good money. I mean, take it from me. Did like 2,000% in April. I'm definitely happy. But I want more. I'm addicted. I'm sorry, I'm addicted, and I want more. And I want to actually catch the right trade, not the dumb trade. I don't want to be complacent in the fact that shorts have been printing like a mofo, and I want to just keep shorting until I get smoked. No, I want to really start looking at what is no one talking about right now. And no one is talking about the long scenario, or indices bottoming here, or Bitcoin hitting this major support zone that we have on the CME that we've been religiously talking about since we were here. Religiously talking about 73s are next, and we've done it. So now you scale out of shorts. Now you wait for longs. And for me, it's you're gonna get some long triggers here soon, Academy. I'm really not gonna try to post them too much on the Discord unless they're just easy and obvious, because I want the trading alerts to really reap the rewards of this one here. We got a lot of freebies on that Discord. I want the trading alerts to actually, print this time. And then we all can run it turbo on the shorts, because, if there's ever going to be a short opportunity, I'll know about it. Trust me. And it could just be like this and then that. Well, that's way too big of a dart. That can't happen. What do you mean? This definitely can happen. I mean, oh, so silly. This definitely can happen. I'll just leave it at that. This 100% can happen. We are in a bear market. Just understand that. Now, might get clipped, right? If this monthly holds the 9 and then we move up from there, yeah, clip me. But I'm confident now at this point to say we're probably in a bear market. It's what could this mean then? A move to 88,000 means that you're going to get a lot of choppiness, because look at where the 9 is on CME. That's at 80,000, right? So that would mean that you're going to wick above the EMA 9. So maybe we don't get filled until next month. I don't know. I really don't know. But I mean, even here, let's just see where that median goes, right? The median can easily shift. I'll look at index. It's more accurate. Median right now is at what, 97? Or let me see. Yeah, median right now is at 99, 98K. Maybe in the next month we see this move down 91s. I don't know. I really don't. But I just have to start shifting and formulating what we don't know into possibly what could happen. So, in my opinion, in summary, on Bitcoin right now, you're either going to go more down. You're either going to absolutely obliterate double bottom hopium, which, remember, most double tops and most double bottoms fail. I do think you're going to move up a little, go up to the 9, reject, go to my zone at 73.8. This will be a spring. You're going to bigly move up in a span of 2-3 days. You're going to move up 15, 18%. That's the trap. Trap is set, boys. That's what happened in 2022, did it not? I mean, you would just get these major squeezes in 2022 bear market that would just give you the most easiest, most right, most juiciest short opportunities you could ever lay your eyes on if you just were patient. Here, similar thing. Lost support, mega nuke down. And then right here you see slow grind up, rallies up to the EMA 100. This was it. This was the opportunity to short. Led to life-changing money. I shorted the hell out of this. Okay, cool. Covering here, balls tingling, probably get some mean reversion bounce. That does happen. Where do you reject? Oh, look at that. The EMA 100. At this point, did people probably think we were going to bounce from 33,000 all the way to 38, all the way to what, 45,600? A 38% move? Absolutely, they did not. This just gave us another easy short opportunity. I printed out of this short as well. And then here you had an SFP short, deviation, bruv. You get the bearish retest short on there at the EMA 100. That would have printed you another 16%. That's back to back to back shorts playing the EMA 100 in this bear market. That would have been the most easiest trades had you just locked in. And then even here, another SFP play. Okay, cool. We've reclaimed the EMA 100. Probably per my system, I'm going to go to the SMA 200. Let me short there. Oh, that worked. And then boom. So like this is the environment we're in. And what you'll notice is you're not really going to have a lot of chances if we are going bear, like super bear, to actually short the EMA 100. Now, you had a few occurrences here at 52, 45, at 44,000, and those moves went all the way under 40K. And then here, what you'll notice is you quickly lost it, rejected, dumped, rallied up, bigly hit it, quick rally up. And then at this point, you just honestly were away from it for a very long time. At that point, your shorts here just printed godly amounts of money. And you just would regularly reject the 34. And it made sense, right? You reclaim the 34, you go to the 100. You reject the 34, you're going to dump. And then this just kind of was the flavor of the whole bear market. Even on this last, I think this was towards that FTX dump. Right here just was an easy, brain dead, brainless short, giving you 26%. On a 10x, it's 260%. On 10 grand, that's $26,000 on this trade you could have made on 10 grand. It's really not bad, I will say. So with that said, that's kind of what I have here. I really think this week's more a week of preparing. Next week's the week of longing. Not balls deep, but at least longing with logical stop losses with good size. Because I do think we're going to be gearing up for a major move here soon. So that's it. I mean, I'm going to look at other stuff now, but that's kind of the summary of it, right? Dump, go to 73.8s, spring it, and then mega pump up to the 88s, 87Ks. From there, we'll probably bigly reject, and then that's where we're going to get our 64K TP. And then remember, we can just level to level trade it again. So then maybe at this point, you do get your big move up. Maybe the 9 then goes towards this zone. And then, oh, look, I can just short this 73,000 again, which was support, right? This ideally will be support. And then now we're dealing with this kind of range here. We're shorting 73s played out, and then you got an easy move to 69s every time. And if you lost it, you basically went to 49. So you see how easy bear markets are? You just level to level them. You long support, or you just wait and you short resistance and you play trend, and that's it. Some of the easiest money you'll make is in a bear market, and it's actually will be some of the quickest amount of money you'll make, even more quicker than a bull, as crazy as that is. So that's Bitcoin. That's kind of my thoughts. Don't short here, please. You're more on long watch here. You're more watching for, just that a long. I think markets are going to bounce here soon. Let me just take a look at our, nice one here. Apple. Look at that nice SFP here, potentially on the day. We've seen those SFP plays do play out nicely to the upside. Again, giving me bias that, markets could definitely pump hard here. Double derp here on volatility, meaning this starts going down, price will start going up. Perfectly played out to my zone here. Let's delete this. And now let's draw another one. It'd be really nice to get the SFP play like this. And then you bang along there. Very simple, very, very simple. Stop here. This by today, you're gonna get a lot of setups. I feel like that are gonna be looking like this. I'm gonna be trying to take the easy money. I hope you all do as well. Because easy money is going to be brewing. One thing as well is going to give me confluence to this is the 2-week on oil. You'll notice when oil pumps, honestly, I mean, Bitcoin has pumped. I'm dumb. I click buttons, so don't quote me on that, but I just noticed that. So how can we decipher this in correlation to what I just said? Well, the 2-week on oil is actually giving us a major, and I'll say it again, major setup that is actually really, I'm dreaming about this setup. I've been dreaming about it for months. This is like a bear dream to me. You have a 2-week volatility setup, same exact occurrence here where oil essentially dumped to negatives, same exact setup. Loss estimate 200, big dump, rallied up. This bearish retest was where you wanted to go short before essentially oil dumped, what, like 99%? Oh, 100%. My apologies. Of course. This is interesting because you're getting the same exact thing now. You're getting volatility firing off. This is as dirty as it can come as candles go. You visually can see support here. What if markets bounce next week? What would that mean? Well, that could probably mean that oil closes this 2-week dirty. Probably means oil does get a bounce. And that bounce probably does take us to that estimate, that weekly at 2-week estimate 200. And then this is where the Academy balls deep shorts. This is where our stop is at the top of this terrible candle. You don't want this to get basically engulfed. You take the short. And then I do think we're going to get an easy short. Why am I even talking about oil? Because like I said, I've noticed oil pumping has led well to like Bitcoin going up in stocks and whatever. So if I'm going on the camp that next week, this is going to do that. And this is going to be a bounce of like, I don't know, 18%. I have to be on the camp that, yeah, probably Bitcoin's going to end up bouncing here soon, very soon, while everyone's max shorting now. It just makes sense. And don't forget, I mean, we are at major support on stocks across the board. Even on the 2-week here, you'll see we're at the 2-week EMA 100 lining up nicely with my meme line. So that's it. I mean, that's basically.
I'm going to suggest another free indicator for us just within the ETA team. And that is, we need to subscribe to the tweet that you someone sent on the chat this weekend that made us realize that our short was not going to get in at 92, and we had to front run it at, remember,
at 82.
That tweet. Yeah. Someone that, so we just need to follow that person religiously, and every time they tweet something, we just got to be aware of it. Okay, we have to.
Absolutely, I agree with you on that 100%. Lastly, I mean, our tether dominance prophecy fulfilled. A big zone here, though. I mean, like, what you'll notice is you are putting in that divergence here. You can easily draw this out. Excuse me. Easily could be like this. Very, very easily. And this will take time and patience. That's why I don't have too much FOMO. I'm waiting for my triggers. No trigger, no trade. But this is a big gap. This is a big drop. This has to be concerning for bears if we lose this. It's concerning for me, and I'm one of the biggest bears. So, you know, it's like you start losing this 4-hour 9, you start deviating the zone, you start putting in a lower high. You do have to wonder if you're going to end up going back to 5.57%. Very normal, very healthy, nothing wrong with that. It just is the point being that it's a big drop. I mean, like from this point, you're talking about a range of like, I don't know, 5%. So like, I don't know, maybe it goes up. Yeah, it's like maybe it goes up like, I guess I'll be annoying and say 5%. So 82s maybe. Maybe we do overshoot that a bit, fulfill my idea. 12%. It's like not out of the question is my point being. It's not like I'm saying, okay, boys, we made money. Now let's be cool and let's long. No, like we're getting actionable setups here. We are getting like things in the charts telling us we should be gauging somewhat of strength here on both sides. Like I'm not like basing this on feeling and emotions. This is very to the book. We just have to time this right. And that's why I was tempted to give longs last night at 1 a.m. when I can't sleep. I don't want to do that yet. I need to see how today's going to close. I need to see my triggers because I don't want people to start scaling in longs thinking, oh, Alex, we ETA called the move down, so now they're calling the move up, and then we're just wrong on that, and they blame us. I'm not in any trade right now. I will just say that again. I'm in no trade. I am patiently waiting. I scaled out of our last short that I gave for the Discord on a 520% gain last night, and I'm just waiting now. I don't want to be the guy showing up last to the party. You want to be the guy that shows up before everyone shows up, scope it out, check out where all the hot girls are, you know, get all the good food before it's taken, and then get the fuck out. You don't want to be the guy.
I apologize to interrupt you. ChatGPT says that it's very difficult to calculate how much Bitcoin would go up based on a correlating drop in tether dominance. But if I had to guess, a 5% drop would be roughly 10 to 20% pump on Bitcoin.
I just biased everywhere. Oh my gosh. That's great. Wow. Now that, and you can always interrupt for that, bro. That's amazing. So like that point being though, like that would fulfill my idea. You right now, I can't tell me one person that's talking about this scenario. No one. And tell me now, right? You have dumb motherfuckers putting red profile photos on their Twitter accounts now. Like, come on, boys. Like we Jesus, how easy does this have to be? Like, you have some of the dumbest crypto Twitter accounts now putting red like eyes, bare profile photos. Like, bro, we're about to dunk on you and squeeze. This is just obvious. Timing will be key though, and I don't want to be front ending this until we actually hit 73.8 or specifically, where could I like where could people start front ending this idea? You'd honestly actually play the 12-hour setup. I'm just make it simple, right? I've talked about this on our private live streams. You do get a long trigger per, not a high hit rate, but it is a system and it is a trading trigger. You long that 12-hour 9, you long. You reclaim the 12-hour 9, you long. You lose the 12-hour 9, you cut. This would have worked out nicely here. You would have printed nicely. So I'm going to be gauging that, right? If we start reclaiming that 12-hour 9 again, yeah, I'm going to be looking at that as an interesting thing, I will be saying. We then want this high to break at 81.3, and then the trend will shift. Then we long the higher low. Funny how that works. And then we bang the shorts here. Balls deep short at 88, 90K. Balls deep short. Like I'm going to go very, 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 very short here. Right. And why wouldn't you? I mean, if like, let's say we do bounce, let's say we do end up moving from here. Let's say stocks, everything bounces. We do move up to the 88s, 87.5s. How could I not? Right. It's like my exact plan is playing out. I will literally have my stop loss here. It'll be that easy. This trade honestly could be legendary. We're talking, what is the RR on this one?
We can just repeat and do that. I'm out of my trade right now in ETH at almost 1,500 and Bitcoin at 78, almost 200. So
that's why I got out of all shorts last night, because I'm personally looking at this, and this is how I scaled accounts in 2022. You just have to do that. You have to wait. And then if you're wrong, you know where you're wrong, and that's okay. You start losing the 2021 cycle high. It's going to give you that easy free move to 64, 65s. Then you either then get an easy long per that SFP, right? Dumps down, SFP long that. So it's like we're going to get some trigger here soon. For me, though, I have to play my gut. I have to play what I know Bitcoin knows. I just have to play what I know. And this is what I know. And this is the Max Payne dirty scenario, Glock 3000 that she likes to do. So I'm just going to run that. This is going to be a potential 22R trade. And I'm going to be very happy about this. And I'm going to be cognizant of they may take these highs. They may do it. They may do that. I'm going to understand that. And that's why we got to lock in here. We just got to lock in. I do think this next leg up is going to be very bad for bulls. And I said this before when we formed this weekly lower high here. I said bulls are fucked. I mean, they really fucked themselves. They should have let us dump down and then got the bigger bounce. We could have had a hopium of bottoming. Nah, the fact that we just like bounced, went up for 3 weeks, hit the weekly 9, very obvious lower high, was it not? I mean, just playing the weekly. And that's where I'm going to keep doing this too, is playing the weekly, because I'm so sick of like getting chalked out here. I need to just stick to the weekly. That would have been easy. But my point being, like, yeah, we're just simply like now, at support, and we had that lower high, so we know that the overall macro is in a downtrend now. Only hopium is that the monthly is not in a downtrend, but that probably will change, or will at least very minimum test these lows here. Bitcoin's dirty. It loves to do it. And that probably will mean that our bear market low might come in around that EMA 34 on the monthly, or we lose that and we're truly going to go all the way back down to probably 49s to 36,000. So, that's all I have on Bitcoin. That's kind of what I'm prepping. That's what I see. What do I know, though? I mean, we could definitely just keep nuking from here. Yeah. And if we do, I mean, you're gauging then this to be really fucked up. Like something really bad is happening in the markets. And that's just simply based on what the overall indices are telling you then, and what Apple and like, let's see Nvidia, right? Let's gauge our risk. Let's see if I'm just speaking out of my ass. Well, no, we hit our meme line. We're now back above the monthly 21. That's interesting. Okay. Possible SFP of that EMA 100 will be a long trigger. Do you notice? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we're getting a lot of these long triggers brewing for me. Right? We saw it on Apple. We're seeing it on Nvidia. We're seeing it potentially on ES1. We're seeing it on Bitcoin. It's just not confirmed yet. But like, this could be the easiest long trigger of our life potentially, that no one wants to do. And then we're gonna easily, very easily, if we just long this and take it to the 9, that's a 15% move. That's crazy. That is like money. That's money. 23%. Or maybe we do get the bearish retest, because what you'll notice is, again, correlation bros aren't going to like this, but this kind of looks like Bitcoin, does it not? Held support for multiple weeks, dumped it, never hit it. So then in this scenario, this would mean that Nvidia goes all the way back up to 130 and then dumps. Same thing as Bitcoin, is it not? Here, same thing as Bitcoin, is it not? Held it for multiple weeks, dumped through, never hit it, never, ever, ever got the bearish retest yet. And that is an issue. Definitely could rally up, hit it. I'm actually, that's interesting. Nvidia's, this could honestly be an easy short at 130s. This is interesting. Yeah, so like, that's kind of it. I'm honestly like getting pretty bricked up here. I think this is going to be like the next 2 weeks where you just should lock yourself in your room and just kind of focus on the charts and lock in, because I do think you're going to be able to I think you're going to be able to print like 20% up, 10% up, and then I think you're going to be able to print like 30-40% down. That is how you scale 20,000% a bear market. You have to be ready to be quick to sell, be quick to short, and be ready to flip-flop at any change of data. And as of now, I am bullish for the moment. I think locally we are bottoming, and I think we could get an easy 10 to 15% move across the board, which will lead to an actual bearish retest, smoke all of these shorts out, get everyone out, get everyone bullish again, and then we dunk on them again. And we run it turbo part 3. So that's all I have, boys. I just think that makes a lot of sense to me. We'll see if it's wrong or right.
Alex, that was great, by the way. Lots of tailwinds on the market right now. I told you guys it was a matter of time before the tailwinds hit us right in the pipe hole, and the tailwinds and the pipe hole are now together, blowing out of the tailwinds. Okay, so now, I know that everyone is complaining that I made you buy all of the dips, and we haven't even come back to the dips where it started to dipping and then dipped again for the dip and then dipped again. But tailwinds, guys. We're going to go up. I'm going to be in a festival telling everyone that I was right the whole time. You idiots missed out. You're buying the greatest dip of all time. And see you at all-time highs, boys.
Thank you, Scott.
Appreciate it.
Beautiful.
One thing,
Scott, you got to make sure to show it to the big crew at F1.
Of course. I want to tell them all. Do you guys know who the engineers are? I'm not really familiar with what's going on there. Sorry, Alex, you were saying?
Yeah. Scott, could you share my screen one more time? I'll show some tailwinds. Just forgot to mention this. So we know SOL likes to front run tops and bottoms. Notice how we've hit the weekly SMA 200. Never hit this before in the history of this chart. To me, SOL's looking like it's gearing up for a move. 94s all the way back up to 136. This will be an easy short. Something like this. You'll have your stop here. Very simple. This is going to really, markets are going to give us some easy shorts coming soon. This still is a 30% bounce. So yeah, that's all I'm going to be showing on that. SOL's looking like it's bottoming locally. We'll have to gauge here in this week if we hammerhead it or if we just revert it, or maybe we green dildo it, right? That'd be a nice trap. Is this turning into a major green dildo? Right? Nice little hammerhead. Bulls are horny, happy, almost engulfing, and then boop, dumps. Lower high, trend your friend. Can't really tell me though. SOL's not looking kind of good right now, is it not? I mean,
it's the tailwinds. It must be.
Some would say, Scott. Some would say. So
yeah.
Tailwinds or not, I don't know. But I'm getting bricked up, Scotty boy. So that's all I got. for the bathroom now.
Do it up. Share your screen, senor. So,
Alrighty.
1 second. All right, let's go. Let's go into the Bitcoin analysis. This is going to be the greatest Bitcoin analysis you've ever seen in your life. Lots of Bitcoin analysis. This is one of the best, one of the finest. It's Farhan. He knows how to analyze the Bitcoin.
It's gonna be a little mediocre, I can't lie.
By the way, have you seen the Chinese guy that walks around cities and talks about
Oh yeah, he's
like
fucking
Donald Trump?
hilarious.
Dude, he's good. He's really
He's
good.
really good, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see the one where he meets the other Chinese guy who has like a Texan accent?
No. Oh my God.
It's
All right, I got to
hilarious.
look him up. Yeah.
He wears like a cowboy hat all through China. He's got like a Texan beard, Texan accent.
My guy. Love that dude.
Absolutely hilarious. So right now I'm gonna start with the daily on Bitcoin, and you can see that the 100 is about to cross below the 200. It's not as significant as the silver cross, but it still tells you the overall direction of trend, which you can clearly see that we are in a downtrend on the daily. Another thing that we're gonna flip on, we're gonna go on to the witches and the moon phases. Once again, the moon phases play out. You got your bare moon right here. And from that bear moon, you dumped about 14, 15%. You had your bull moon right here. From the bull moon, you pumped about 9 to 10%. Another bear moon, you dumped basically 8%. This bull moon wasn't that much. This one was about a pump of 4%. Bear moon once again. And the bear moons are significantly more powerful than the bull moons within a bear market. Bear moon, 12.8%. So my point is right now, we had to have our last bear moon, and we had a significant dump from there. And if you see, and these bear moons and bull moons only last 2 weeks. So this bear moon phase is about to play out, and we're about to get a bull moon. And the exact date of this bull moon or the new moon or the full moon is going to be this Saturday. It's actually the April 12th that we're going to get our next bull moon. And these bull moons don't necessarily mean we're bullish. They just tell us that we're going to catch a local bottom. So sometime before this Saturday, if unless we go lower, the local bottom is already in. Or if we are going to go lower, it likely happens by the Saturday. So that's why I'm more on the side as well that we're probably within a bounce zone. And and once that new moon is in, we're probably going to continue a little bit higher from there until we put in our local top. And where I'm thinking that local top is going to come in. Let me make these moons disappear. Switch back to the HPDR. Is right around this 200 SMA and 100 EMA. Once the 100 slightly starts to drop and cross right there, I think this is going to be the absolute perfect area to put in that bearish retest, put in a massive pump from this $74,000 bottom of like $12,000 to $13,000. That'd probably be enough to get everybody once again bullish to the upside. Put in just another cheeky lower high and a series of lower highs. And this one would be a very, very easy short to take because your invalidation would be so small. You would take it right here, and your risk is like less than 2%. Versus where if it plays out and it takes you to the 2021 cycle high at $69,000, you are winning about 20% to the in your favor versus less than 2% risk against you. That's a 10-to-1 risk ratio right there. Pretty insane. And that's where I plan to once I get my confirmation, I'm gonna try to long somewhere around this 55 EMA, around 86K, probably front run the short, and then flip short, start scaling into shorts around this 86 towards this $88,000 area. Stop loss at 88,700 just to be safe. And that one is probably the one that gives you the capitulation, the actual capitulation, because we haven't really seen any actual capitulation yet. I'm talking about the $10,000 plus candles in to the downside on a daily. That would be the real capitulation. Something like, let's go back a little bit. One of these candles where we started out at $58,000. $58,000 and went down to $49,000. That's a $9,000 candle right there. That's something like that is what we're looking for. And we want that to take us down to around $70,000, get a little bit nice little bounce at that $70,000 psychological area, then eventually take us down to like 60, somewhere anywhere between 65 and $69,000. Now let's switch over a little bit higher. Oh, and if you also notice our daily jewel, we're just this close to getting that pink crossing below the yellow. with the dark blue right next to them. This isn't going to be as powerful as if this were to happen somewhere up here, but it's still going to be quite a sell signal. That's likely what gives us that capitulation drop. And the confirmation for me to get to that level, that bearish retest, is going to be at any daily close over about this 9 EMA, which is at around $80,100. You get a daily close over there, then that's good enough for me to get that move into like that $88,000 area. On the monthly, we are now starting to strongly lose that 9 EMA. We've spent several days below this 9 EMA, and we haven't gotten the reclaim that we got every single other time that we came down to this 9 EMA, which tells us that we have a change in the market, and we're probably going to come down to this bottom 38.2% like we did right here. And that bottom 38.2% right now sits at a very nice $67,000 figure right next to our 21 EMA. This is the area where I'm thinking we're going to get our bigger bounce, and that bounce probably takes us maybe even up to $80,000 before we go lower towards that 55 in the mid 40s. Right now, our momentum is pointing pretty strongly to the downside on the monthly, with volatility expanding. The last time we had this type of a setup was all the way back over here in from the same area. Basically, that 60% drop from $60,000 towards about $28,000. And then we had a similar move right around to December of 2021 when the cycle top was put in. So at the very least, we probably see a 60% correction, or crash, 60 correction crash, if not an actual full-on bear market. And right now, I am leaning towards that bear market side. 60% will bring us down to
your bias.
beautiful. Fits my bias beautifully. What do you know? Amazing. Although my bias is also that will be our micro bottom. Although every single day that passes, I start to feel less and less that might be the macro bottom. I started out feeling around 85% that our mid 40s would be the macro bottom. Now I'm about like maybe 60% there, and 40% that our bottom might be somewhere around $30,000. Still leaning towards 40s. On the 2 week right now, we are once again flipping back down on momentum, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility remains in an expanding posture. And we're getting that pretty epic sell signal right now, and it's happening very high on the jewel, where the pink is crossing below the yellow and the dark blue is losing the bullish control zone. Let's mark this with a vertical line when we got that. Do it right there. Do it right there. Notice the date. This is right when Tesla stopped accepting Bitcoin.
Oh, you love that date. What's that date? May 21st?
Yeah.
Got it.
And we so very interesting how the catalyst was Tesla stopped not accepting Bitcoin anymore, but we had a God mode sell signal on the jewel.
I mean, that was the justify of the dump, right?
Yeah,
Just
so we
making these
haven't.
big.
There was going to be something out of the way that made us dump. That was our nice little reason,
What?
and that Tesla wasn't accepting Bitcoin anymore.
Oh, yeah.
Something to blame for it.
Yeah.
So we haven't had this happen very many times. Every single time that's happened based off of the dates has been a significant cycle top. For me, I currently consider 2021 cycle top to be in the spring at 65K. I don't really consider the 69K one to be a new all-time high.
Because you're a purist because of that divergence in the RSI.
Yep, I consider that to be a lower high. With all of the traditional market signals that fire off at a cycle top, fired off on that one.
Mm.
So 77.1% to the downside on the first setup that we had. See the second one? Oh, interesting. Did I try it wrong? I drew it. Oh no, I didn't. Interesting. I guess this one only didn't drop that much. It kind of was late to the party. Still dropped about 20% though. And as of now, we've only dropped about 8%. Think of that minimum move of 20%. brings us right down to around $64,000, slightly below my bias of around $67,000. If we were to take it 60% from here, brings us to about $30,000. Interesting. Huh. Maybe now I'm 55, 45. And let's switch over to the weekly, I mean. Weekly is doing the same thing as the 2-week, where it tried to flip back up, rejected the moving average, and flipped back down into the bearish control zone with volatility once again in an expansion posturing. Weekly is also giving us that sell signal on the jewel. But we are getting to very extreme areas on the jewel, which does make it line up with the probability of bouncing, at the very least, from a bearish retest from here. And that would take us maybe to somewhere around that 9 EMA, which is like bunched right up with this 21, making a very significant zone right around $86,000 to $87,000. I'm gonna switch over to Tether for a second. And we go to the monthly on Tether. This is looking quite bullish. This is flipping back around from very extreme areas, getting back out of the bearish control zone. But volatility still has not even started expanding yet. And the jewel is now getting out of the bearish control zone with a buy signal. If you mark with a vertical line, oh, fuck you. Mark with a vertical line when we got out of the bearish control zone with a buy signal. Oh, never happened before, really. Only once, and that was a rejection. This one was how much of a move? From open to high, around 18.68%. Very close to a more beautiful number. This one has been so far 13.98%. Take it that 18% number brings us to around 6.5%. And right now we haven't gotten our close yet. It's gonna close in about 21 days. But we are getting back over that 38.2%, which is our previous local top. The only time that we've reclaimed that 38.2% is right over here in April of 2022, about 2 months before Luna collapsed. Very interesting. And that would bring us to a minimum target of that median, which is going to come down, probably landing right up with this meme line at 7.03%.
That'd be fucking sweet if they we get that pump, we get to 88, 90, let's say $90,000, and then this plays out on that chart.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah,
that'd be
ridiculous.
A generational short opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
The 2-week is getting to pretty extreme areas right now on momentum. It's just now getting into the bullish control zone with volatility just now flipping up to support it. This is telling you that we have a lot more to go on tether dominance before it's topped out. Telling you that Bitcoin has a lot more to go to the downside. Now you look at the 2-week right now, tether dominance is about to fire off an amazing buy signal, but the pink is close to passing over the yellow. It's going to happen maybe in like 2 more periods, which is a month maximum. And that would be, it's happening right here within the bearish control zone. That takes us up massive. Let's take with a vertical line. Whenever we had that, oh, we never had it happen. Interesting. We can only look to where it happened higher up, which is less of a powerful move than happening now. And how many instances do we have? 1, 2. Only 2. Wow, each one of these was pretty respectable. This one was a 121.5% move to the upside. This one was a minimum move of 18-ish%. And we're also getting over the 50% range on the HPDR. Plus, within about maybe 2 to 3 candle closes, this will silver cross to the upside. Oh, the weekly is maybe in 1 period max is gonna 1 to 2 max is gonna silver cross to the upside in 2 weeks. Let's see the last time the weekly had a silver cross to the upside. That was in December of 2021, a month after we put in the cycle top, when the bear market officially started. 5 days already put in that silver cross to the upside on the week 5 day. which is for the last time we did that was also when the bear market had first started in December of 2021. So safe to say we're in a bear market. Close your ears, Scott.
Oh no!
And it's gone. But right now, I am thinking that bounce towards $86,000, $87,000 if we get it, is probably not going to be this week though, because I want to see this 2-week candle close below this 21 EMA, and then get that bearish retest somewhere around this 9, get a and a 5, get a rejection, and then close again below the 21. Because if we close above the 21, it's going to start to turn into a swing failure pattern, and then I would expect to get a test of this 38.2, which is right now at 94K. So ideally, we close this below this 21. Five days, same idea as the weekly, where it rejected getting out of the bearish control zone, flip right back into the bearish control zone with expanding volatility, and the jewel is giving a fresh sell signal. We want to see this 5-day and this next day in 9 hours close below this 55, which is heavily below, and that would give us a target of hitting this 100, which right now is at about $71,000, and 78.6 is about $70,000. 2 days also flipping back down within the bearish control zone, and volatility is flipped up, hovering right around this 200 SMA, which should be pretty significant support. But we want to see that 5-day close below the EMA, and then we can see that bounce from this 200 to anywhere around this bottom 38.2%, which is right around like $84,000, to maybe a maximum of this 55 to the median. The median is going to drop down, likely going to match up with this 55, right around $87,000, 87.5, 87.7. What I love about this area is how tight the invalidation is to your stop loss. Daily is
Tighter
trying to.
than a 12-year-old's asshole.
Did you ever watch Borat? I know you don't watch movies.
Ready now.
I think I've seen that one. Yeah, I've seen it.
You haven't seen Borat, Fine?
I think
Borat-
I've seen it.
You would know. Borat is one, like
The king
if
of the
not one
castle.
yes, king of the
I have a chair.
castle.
I have
King
a
of the
chair.
castle.
Do this, do that.
Is the March of the Jew.
The Jew has a fangs and tails.
Yes. Oh, it's so good. My God, it's unbelievable.
Let's switch down to the 4-hour. 4-hour, it's also giving us that idea of the bounce. We're just about to get back over the moving average on momentum. It's coming from pretty low up, low down, and the volatility is just about to enter into a contraction phase. Lines up with us coming somewhere around that at a minimum this top 38.2%, which right now is at $81,000. Start to get over $81,000 in a 4-hour close over this 55 EMA, and that's where you likely come up to retest somewhere around that $86,000 zone. Let's go to the RSI. Ding. All right. So Bitcoin currently has active, which has been active for a while now, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, which is just now about to be invalidated. In my opinion, the invalidation is just a formality because it's probably going to happen, and it's going to be invalidated if you close this quarterly below about $76,702. Which, sure, it's possible that we don't invalidate it and we just continue bouncing at this 5 EMA and go to new all-time highs from here. Sure, anything's possible. It's possible that we go to $5 million tomorrow. It's just about which one is probable. That's not all that probable. And what's likely going to happen once that hidden bullish divergence gets invalidated is you're going to confirm 3 drives of bearish divergence. And that will, at a minimum, have a target at this 9 EMA, which right now sits at about $65,000. If you guys remember that number, that it just came up a couple of minutes ago, $65,000. Likely get a significant bounce around that $67,000 area because this 9 probably does rise a little bit. Likely get a bounce into that 5, which is right now at $76,000. That one likely rolls over into the 21, which right now is at about $46,000. See if there's anything on tether for the RSI. And right now, tether dominance on the opposite hand is about to put in a fresh 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence. And it's doing it right at the neutral zone. Which makes it quite likely that Bitcoin is going to confirm that 3 drives of quarterly bearish divergence. And that would give you a target of hitting at an absolute minimum the bullish control zone, which right now the bullish control zone sits at about 8.09%. So if we were to take that from where we are right now, that's roughly a 35% move to the upside on tether dominance, which gives you, based off of what ChatGPT said, around like a 50 to 70% dump on Bitcoin. Yikes. 50% from here would take 50% here would take us into those 30s again. Wow.
That'd be fun.
Oh,
I mean, just think of the fun from 80s to 70s. Now just think of that from 88 to 32.
This is actually the first time I'm seeing this. This is not good. 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly.
Well, it's not good for Scott, but it's great for you guys. Yeah, I don't believe it though. Even though it's in that chart, probably it's not going to play out.
What's likely going to happen after this also is not only are you going to get the hidden bullish divergence, but you're for the first time in a long time reclaiming that quarterly 9 EMA. That likely is taking you up to the 8% target roughly.
easy.
Oh. Well, pack it up, guys. It's over.
What about the bounce, guys? Come on. What about the tailwinds?
Yeah, we'll get the bounce, Scott, but we're gonna short the shit out of that. Don't.
And just like just like Bitcoin, which has that monthly bearish divergence, quarterly has yet to confirm on Tether the hidden bullish divergence, but monthly has already confirmed it. And you're getting volatility, very close to getting volatility expansion from around 18%, with monthly about to give you that hidden bullish divergence. You would have an absolute minimum target of the bullish control zone, which right now is at about 6.5%. But from this low volatility, likely goes to the critical zone. Although right now I can't really give you a serious target on the critical zone because it's sitting at close to 33%, and I don't think it's going to 33%. Two-week also has bullish divergence on Tether within the bearish control zone. Likely is going higher, somewhere around 7%, lines up with my meme line perfectly. It's bearish. Weekly, it was put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. It happened within the bullish control zone, so it's not that powerful, but still gives us a target of somewhere around 8.9%. Sheesh. Well, pack it up. Monthly on Bitcoin has confirmed the bearish divergence, like we mentioned, and it's happened on the RSI, it's happened on the stochastic, it's happened on the Joule, it's happened on the MACD, every single one of them. Every single time that you had this set up, it's been a bear market. 2-week has confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence, likely giving us a target of this 55 at around $64,000, very similar to 65. Weekly has invalidated the hidden bullish divergence.
Man, Bill Ackman has been crying a lot. No wonder why we're going to get this bounce. Fucking awesome. It's crazy how this works. I swear to God, this is a simulation, boys. There is no fucking doubt.
He wants to make another couple billion shorting the market while he cries on CNBC.
Well, no, he goes out. So this is what he does. He goes out, he cries, he tells everyone everything is going to go terribly bad. And it depends on where the market is. If it's still high and he wants to dump it, he'll cry to dump it. And when he dumps it, which is what he did on the banks, that's when he'll explode at the bottom to say, this is the worst. This is the end of our banking system. And then he buys all of it and then he pumps the fuck up. I mean, brilliant.
Yeah, he'll buy at the weekly SMA 200 while everyone's starting to short there.
Yeah.
That's why on the charts, I mean, you can't tell me it's not at a major bounce zone, you know.
Yeah.
So he's actually buying because of the bull moon. Millionaires don't use astrology. Billionaires do.
We have a bull moon?
Yeah, this Saturday.
Nice little witch setup for the boys.
And
Yeah.
the moons have a 78% hit rate.
It's fucking nuts.
We just got the
So
massive.
nuts.
We just got the big dump off the bear moon.
AKA witch setup.
The 2-day right now has active 3 drives of hidden bearish diversions, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $88,656. And that right now on a continuation below 74,441 would have a target of that critical zone, which right now sits at about $48,600. Nice. Daily, nothing. Four hours now also going along with the idea of a bounce by confirming a drive of bullish divergence in the bearish control zone. That would give you a target of somewhere around this critical zone. And right now it's bullish control zone. Right now that's a little bit higher than my bearish retest target. Well, it's below it. I mean, it's at 79,621. That's significantly below it. Let me change this bullish control zone thing, and if I can play around and get a nicer or more accurate target. Bullish control zone activates at 62. So let's just say it goes to an 80 RSI. Does it line up more with my bias? No, this is way higher than my bias now. It goes to $96,000. You know, whenever it disagrees with your bias, just change the RSI reading.
So that's how you trade.
Don't tell them our secret's fine. Shh.
Yeah. This is
Hey, this one lines up more with my bias at around $85,000.
I guess
Okay, make
he's
sure
going
it's
back
back.
home again.
It misses its house.
It
Back in the
really does.
projects.
It misses comida de mama.
I didn't know ETH was Mexican.
Ding.
Can I just say, while you're looking at that, I really do think, and obviously this is just pre everything, but that when we dumped and then we were on live stream, we were on stream, I believe it was Monday, and the price of Bitcoin kept going up and down, and he barely made it to like 80, was it 81, like almost $81,000 or around there.
Yeah.
That rejected so fast. I do think that's going to be where we might find that short. That's where I'm going to put it at first. That's where I'm going to keep my eye out on first.
Yeah, it probably does
Possibly.
reject 81 on the first tap.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it was just so obvious. Like I was telling yesterday, it was just the same exact setup that we had in Tokyo. I was expecting this next leg to be really fast down. So, you know, we got that. 81 is logical to see some reaction. I personally think we're going to blast through it though. But scalp definitely could do it.
Yeah.
There is a funny possibility, which is not completely impossible since we are at 7,300 people on the Discord. If all of the trades that we give out on Discord, a lot of liquidity in those stop losses if people just try to hunt our stop losses.
No, but the boys are out.
Oh yeah.
I was pretty vocal. I mean, no one should be holding shorts anymore, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
Unless you're like, you know, swing shorting 100K or 89K. But even then, 88,000 gets tapped. You're fucked if you're shorting at 89. You should just TP here.
So on the quarterly on Bitcoin, this is one of the most sombering details that I'm going to mention is the quarterly pivot went up by almost 100%. It was previously at around $48,000 and it is now sitting at $93,000 to flip momentum to the downside. Pretty safe to say we're going to close below $93,000 because it's a $16,000 pump from where we are right now. Probably going to close below there. And the last time that we flipped down on quarterly momentum was right around January of 2021. The time before that we flipped down on momentum was January of 2018. Both of those were starts at the bear market. Pretty bad. And we're doing that on the back of expanding volatility. So another point in the favor of the side that the bear market is probably in. And then if you go to tether dominance on the quarterly, tether dominance is now starting to flip up on the quarterly. And it's gonna flip up as long as we're above 5.66, 5.67%. But not only that, We have a lower low on momentum than we do right here, but a significantly higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence on tether dominance on the quarterly. And once this flips up, that divergence will confirm that's going to have a minimum target of sitting somewhere around 7 to 8.2%. Even the 7% number is an insane pump from where we are right now. The 8.2% is just death for Bitcoin. Not death as in zero, but death as in like $30,000. Monthly has already flipped up. Monthly already has confirmed the hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're above 4.11%. We're at 5.93% right now. That's looking quite bullish. The last time we had this type of setup was right over here in December of 2021. Once again, bear market. 2-week right now is just about to fire off that volatility setup right below the within the below the 15%. So the volatility on monthly. Monthly has that volatility setup as well, right below that 15%. Moving average just about to catch up. And the last time that we had this volatility setup combined with monthly bearish divergence like we have right now was right before Luna collapsed. And right now the pivot is going to be to the downside in the monthly as long as we're below $106,200. We're going to have to pump up around close to $30,000 to flip this momentum to the upside. 2-week is also very close to that volatility setup with bearish divergence. The only time we ever had that was also during Luna. And the pivot on the 2-week right now is $101,600. Weekly is already firing off the volatility setup below the 15% mini periods at 0%. So likely tells you we're probably going to go further before this is played out. And you're currently pointed to the downside with a derp of death below $82,300. Now let's look at Tether on the weekly. Tether is looking quite good, getting solidly reclaiming that 200, back testing it, using it as support with a volatility setup, and we're currently pointed up on Tether dominance as long as we're above 5.72%. Still leaning towards more up on Tether versus down on Bitcoin. It's interesting how Bitcoin is pretty far away from confirming that weekly silver cross to the downside, whereas Tether is actually very close to confirming the weekly silver cross to the upside. It gives you more of an insight on what the Bitcoin is probably going to do. 5 days also just about to give a volatility setup, not the one from 15%, but a volatility setup with volatility expansion. And momentum is flipped to the downside as long as we're below 79,550. Versus Tether is about to give volatility setup with momentum freshly flipping back up and going to be flipped up as long as we're above 5.82%. And we have that fresh silver cross to the upside on the 5-day. 2 days also giving a volatility setup from below 15%. And we're currently flipped to the downside, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and we're going to be flipped down below 79.5. That kind of makes me feel like we might reject 81K pretty harshly. Daily is now flipped to the downside as long as we're below $79,000, and it's rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. 4 hours, the only one that's on the posturing to flip back up, and it will flip up in the next 40 minutes if we can close above $76,850, which we are above right now by about $600. 2 hour has gotten its double extreme. Now it's going into the contraction phase, and it is pointed to the upside as long as we're above $76,000. Likely making it likely that 4 hour does flip to the upside, and possibly breaking the daily to the upside too, because then it'll be over $79,000. So, but right now, all the high time frames are basically all aligned on Bitcoin to the downside. You have quarterly about to invalidate the hidden bullish divergences and put in fresh drive to bearish divergence. You have momentum on the quarterly freshly flipping to the downside, which the only 2 times before that's happened, it was the start of the bear markets in January of 2022 and January of 2018. You have tether dominance putting in 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. You have it confirmed with the monthly, giving you minimum targets of somewhere around 7%, which is pretty much, which is significantly higher than where we are right now, and more reasonable targets of somewhere around 8%. That would take Bitcoin likely to somewhere around $35,000 if that were to happen. The invalidation of all of this is getting a weekly close on Bitcoin over $88,700, and that likely takes us back well over $100,000, probably to new all-time highs. Although I don't think that happens. I think what's more likely is that in the most bullish case scenario, we grind out some type of local bottom over here, move up to somewhere around $81,000, get a rejection from there. If we are bullish, we'll put in a higher low and then continue up to 87s, which even that situation is likely a rejection and then continue lower. The only thing is it's not like if we go lower, it's when we go lower. And the if is if we get that bearish retest somewhere around the 86, 87s. And if we do, you can consider it a gift or a generational short opportunity and ride that just like $69,000, make a fuck ton of money and walk off into the sunset.
That sounds fucking spectacular, by the way. What a great plan.
Isn't it?
What a great fucking plan. Let's hope we can execute on it. Let me see what's next. I'm sorry, 1 second. Hello, everybody. S&P 500. And then Amazon.
I'm gonna have some of these Mexican strawberry cookies called burritos.
Ooh, those are good. Barritas.
Indeed, senor.
I'll do S&P.
For me,
Well, I'm glad
Amazon.
I just fucked myself in the ass. I kind of thought that was going to be the case with what we're messaging.
damn, you can
It
reach
is what
that
it
far
is.
around.
Yeah, of course. It's a short distance between my dick and asshole. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, it's of course that had to happen. I mean, it's just annoying. It's fine.
Yeah.
At least the moral of the story, though, is it's fixed. So
Yeah. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Yeah.
you. Thank you,
No
thank you. Ok, vamos a analizar Bitcoin rápidamente, damas y caballeros. Hemos estado por acá, pueden ver acá, encontramos un poco de un fondo local en los $74,000 y obviamente vamos a saber si estamos mal, siempre y cuando rompamos estos 74,415 a la baja. Interesante, el mercado debería continuar cayendo porque a fin de cuentas estamos haciendo altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos y bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos. La cosa es, todo tiene un principio y todo un fin. Esto no es ni el principio ni el fin. Lo que es un rebote, damas y caballeros. Es lo que mínimo estamos esperando en este momento. La razón por qué es, todo el mundo está muy bajista. Simplemente hemos llegado a la zona donde pensábamos que íbamos a encontrar la primera zona de resistencia y ahorita se los voy a enseñar en las tablas para que lo puedan ver. Digo, de soporte, perdón. Y esa zona de soporte nos aguantó bien. Empezamos, abrimos unos longs. Bueno, yo abrí un long de Ethereum y uno de Bitcoin anoche. Ya lo cerré hoy, me cagué, ahora por lo que veo. Y vamos a volver. La idea acá es, no debería ser tan fácil hacer este long, por lo que probablemente vayamos a retestear esa zona y después ahora sí empujarlo, porque tiene que desanimar a la gente que ahora se va a subir a este lado, ¿no? Es como cuando haces shorts, que te empieza cuando haces cortos y te empieza a sacar. Deberíamos de tener algo así, pero recuerden, lo importante y por qué estamos diciendo todo esto es porque en los mercados bajistas, como en el 2022, los rips a la alza son enormes. No solamente estamos disfrutando de haber entrado en todos nuestros shorts desde los 100,000 para abajo y disfrutado de todo este bajadón con toda la comunidad, pero en mercados bajistas, cuando tenemos estos rebotes tan importantes, son rápidos, son fuertes, son puntuales y podemos ser también, si hicimos dinero en toda esta bajada, podemos ser igual o más dinero en esos rebotes. Así que vamos a estar pendiente con ellos y como siempre usando nuestro método para no salirnos y cagarla y perder todo. Así que vamos a empezar chido con Bitcoin 3 trimestral, por supuesto. Déjenme borrar lo de únete a Elite Trading Academy, aunque se deberían unir a Elite Trading Academy. Ahí está nuestro Discord en la parte de abajo para todos ustedes, es absolutamente gratis. ¿Quieren tradear futuros? Ahí está abajo también en nuestro sitio, vayan a tutos, recuerden. Ok, Bitcoin en la trimestral, estamos viendo nuestras hermosas velitas, todavía faltan 2 meses y 22 días para cerrar esta vela, acaba de abrir justamente el principio de abril. Nos encontramos con este encontronazo en el tope por ahí de los $108,000. Desde entonces hemos caído y estamos en la zona de 77,316. Solamente viéndolo así, diríamos que está en una postura alcista porque estás creando altos más altos, bajos más altos. Y justamente en este momento estamos rebotando en el en el promedio del 5. Ahora, vean lo fácil que hubiera sido jugar eso. Hubieras comprado el long en la trimestral del 5 y vámonos, ahorita estarías en súper positivo porque ahí fue lo que encontramos fondo. Recuerda, la primera vez que vas y testeas algo, como lo hicieron acá, no tienes por qué romperlo a la baja por completo. Por eso estamos esperando nuestro siguiente objetivo en el promedio del 9, por ahí de la zona de los 64,000, 65,000. Después del rebote, vaya a ser la siguiente zona de interés. Después, el siguiente zona de interés serían los 40,000. 45,000, 42,000, más o menos por esa zona es lo que estaríamos esperando por ahora del precio de Bitcoin. Pero más allá de eso, no tenemos nada más por acá de qué platicar. Además de una posible divergencia bajista trimestral, esta sería la divergencia bajista más grande en toda la tabla de Bitcoin, sobre todo viéndolo con la dominancia de Tether, que es lo contrario a Bitcoin, que tiene una posible triple divergencia alcista. Eso nos dice que debería haber continuación alcista en ello, por lo que vamos a seguir con nuestro escenario que esto va a continuar cayendo después del rebote. Atentos, después del rebote, para que no se me confundan. Estamos en una tendencia bajista de acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo nosotros y esta tendencia bajista simplemente está de uno de esos rebotes porque no solamente vas a bajar en picada. Ok, vámonos a la mensual, donde ya tenemos nuestras divergencias bajistas que ha acabado con todos los ciclos de Bitcoin. No nada más eso, tenemos nuestro rechazo del promedio del 5, lo perdemos, después el rechazo, después otro rechazo y perdemos oficialmente el promedio del 9 que se encuentra en los 79,849. Una zona fácil de identificar donde podría haber algo de resistencia tal vez en el precio, por si nos encontramos en ese pompazo de ida para arriba. Aquí lo podríamos tal vez ver. Vamos a ver si sí o si no. Pueden ver que estamos de nuevo continuando haciendo estos mínimos más bajos, simplemente esperando este rebote en el que estamos. Continúa todo bien. La única cosa es volatilidad. Perdón, déjenme, estaba pintando. Volatilidad por acá está preparando un setup. Recuerden, nuestra línea del 15% es la que nos da los setups. Si son nuevos por acá, están viendo, este es BBWP. Es un indicador, lo puedes tener acá, es absolutamente gratis. BBWP. Mide la volatilidad. Estos son extremos. Cuando ves estas barras naranjas, quiere decir que estamos en 100%. La volatilidad es la línea de colores. El promedio de la volatilidad es la línea blanca. A nosotros nos gusta que la volatilidad caiga, al punto más bajo de la tabla. Eso es bueno, muy bueno para nosotros, para darnos un setup. Pero nos gusta más cuando cae por debajo del 15% y después expande. Una vez que expande, nosotros empezamos a medir de por ahí para ver a dónde nos está empujando el movimiento. Por ahora estamos cayendo y estamos en el punto más bajo, lo que esto debería de dar una fuerza al movimiento que vaya a venir después, que vaya a ser apoyado por volatilidad brutal del punto más bajo de la volatilidad en la tabla. ¿Ok? Por eso vamos a estar pendiente con esto. Tenemos una vela topera, tenemos el seguimiento de la vela topera, después acá tienes una vela más o menos de indecisión y continúas a la baja. Simplemente creemos que eso va a continuar, simplemente estamos ante el rebotazo, tíos. Vamos a aprender el HPDR rápido para poder ver dónde estamos parados en esto, correcto. Tenemos el rechazo de la media que ocurre en los 89,000. Ese rechazo de la media nos lleva al 5, al 9 y de ahí nuestra siguiente parada deberían de ser los 66,823. Todavía faltan 21 días y 9 horas para cerrar esta tabla, pero nos podríamos encontrar con el rebote de vuelta al 9 o hasta el 5 o tal vez hasta la media. No podemos descartarlo. La cosa va a ser disecar exactamente dónde vamos a encontrar esa zona de resistencia para no solamente vender nuestro long, pero también volver a entrar en corto en el mercado. Eso es la mensual. Ya platicamos de la volatilidad. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, que también tiene divergencias bajistas, tiene un cero de volatilidad calentándose por debajo del 12% la volatilidad. Aquí viene el promedio rápido. Esto nos está diciendo también que viene otro movimiento agresivo. Ahora, ¿dónde podemos rebotar? Uno, tienes tu promedio del 34, justamente acá lo has tocado una vez, lo tocaste cuando llegó en 49,000. ¿Se acuerdan que ese speech de Donald Trump que nos tiró hasta acá? No sería sorpresa regresar una vez más a los 73,000, sorprender a todos los que estábamos en long, decir, ok, nos equivocamos porque se subieron acá en 73, en 75, 76. Llegamos acá, elimina todos esos longs y ya por fin da ese golpe a la alza. Eso es algo bastante posible de lo que estamos viendo. Semanal. Semanal nos dice que estábamos ante esta zona de rebote. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos muy abajo en el HPDR, estamos en los 78.6%, solamente nos quedan menos de 20% de probabilidades de dar continuación a la baja, pero volatilidad continúa expandiendo. Atentos a ello. Esta volatilidad y esta expansión de volatilidad es lo que nos está tirando y eso nos podría llevar de vuelta a los 75, 866, peor escenario, 69 o 67 mil dólares. La de 3 días me gusta. ¿Por qué me gusta la de 3 días? Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, lo pueden ver acá, y un cruce plateado a la baja, ¿qué te dice? Que vas a tener una oportunidad de shortear cuando el precio toque el promedio del 9. Y esto es una tabla de 3 días. También tienes tu promedio del 100 en los 80,039. Esto se me hace interesante. Esto podría ser una zona interesante para nosotros, para nuestro long o short, estos escenarios de por acá, justamente 83 mil sería más o menos esta zona, que de nuevo, también coincide con la línea meme, no podríamos simplemente ver esto y para abajo, ¿no? Entonces, vamos a estar al pendiente acá. Lo que estamos dándonos cuenta es lo abajo que estamos por acá y perdiendo el promedio del 100 también. El promedio del 200, el S&P 200 está en 63 mil dólares. Vamos a la diaria. En la diaria también estamos ya muy abajo, 78.6%. Nada nos dice que no podemos ir al 88.3%. Estamos por debajo del 5, el 9, todos los promedios. Deberíamos tener una buena oportunidad de llegar a la parte baja de la zona azul, una vez más a retestear en 80,818. Interesante. Ok, más o menos por acá sabemos que es donde nos vamos a encontrar con todas las cosas importantes. Con eso dicho, ya puedo quitar el HPDR y dárselas bastante sencilla. Por ahora, estamos buscando, felicidades Alejandro, deja de hacer esas estupideces. Por ahora, básicamente estamos buscando nuestros niveles importantes. Lo que pensamos nosotros es, de esta consolidación debemos de tener la oportunidad de ir a un rebote acá. Eso se encontraría con esta línea que viene por acá y también con esta que viene en diagonal. Y justamente ese punto son entre los 82,000, 81,000, 80,000, es donde esperamos a encontrar ese rebote y tal vez a la baja. Ahora, podría ir a 88,000, ya veremos con qué tanta fuerza se dirige a la alza. La cosa aquí va a ser, ¿qué tanto va a jugar con nosotros el precio en esta zona para poder hacer longs? Y por eso estás tan lejos también del precio. No crean que es una coincidencia, no es una coincidencia. El mercado sabe bien la cagada que es y te está poniendo el precio bastante arriba para invalidarlo muy abajo y que pierdas más dinero por si entras, o si entras del lado correcto, que le metas la menor cantidad de apalancamiento posible para que ganes lo menos posible. Recuerda, eres tú contra el mercado, esto sí es un zero-sum game, así que vamos a estar al pendiente por acá. Ya sabes, te llevas los mínimos en 74,598. Los 73 mil dólares son tu siguiente objetivo. Y cualquier zona por acá sería de interés para poder entrar en long, en lo que hasta ahora estamos viendo como una oportunidad de rebote. Ya lo tienen. Bastante interesante. Nos fue muy bien en la bajada. Espero que nos vaya muy bien en los rebotes y nos va a continuar yendo muy bien en lo que sigue de bajada. Definitivamente, simplemente les quiero poner la dominancia de Bitcoin también. Dominancia de Bitcoin, pueden ver que ya trepó por encima de esta línea meme en diagonal que viene de resistencia. Hemos estado en los 64% y continúa consolidando aquí arriba. La dominancia de Bitcoin estando tan arriba nos dice que básicamente que el mercado de las alts no va a tener un alt season todavía y esto va a ayudar si el precio de Bitcoin continúa cayendo, lo que sea, es el actor principal en todo esto. Y más allá de eso, hasta que esto no se dé la vuelta por completo, no vas a ver a alts meter. Ahorita ni siquiera es cuestión de pensar en ellas por lo que estamos viendo justamente acá. Tether. La dominancia de Tether, por supuesto. ¿Cuál es la que les quería poner que es la interesante? La semanal. La semanal acaba de retomar el promedio del S&P 200 en 5,65% y se encuentra aquí arriba. Siguiente objetivo, 6,40. De 6,40 va a ser casi a 8, exactamente a 8%. Una vez que rompamos esta zona, esto debería de ser. Este movimiento de la dominancia de Tether, que tiene de nuevo esa triple divergencia alcista, este movimiento es lo que se debería llevar al mercado hasta el fondo. Lo que vaya a ser esto. No sabemos qué sea, pero ya está en la tabla. ¿No les gusta cómo funciona eso? Después ya sabremos la noticia que lo justificará, pero así es como funciona esto. Por lo que Continuamos a medio plazo bajistas en Bitcoin, pero a corto plazo estamos buscando esos rebotes deliciosos para ver dónde vamos a hacer dinero. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso fue Bitcoin. Alex, what are you doing? Amazon?
No, ES1.
Oh, ES1.
Or S&P. We'll use the S1 because there's more volume with it. Same thing though.
Yeah.
And so I kind of already touched on this when I was going over Bitcoin. Let me just take a sip of this before I go.
I had the special effects. I'm sorry.
That was pretty good. You know, and so to me, it's very simple. You should be gauging some kind of bounce here. ES1 is showing that buyers are stepping in. We're gauging that through those wicks. I mean, we've had 3 consistent wicks in this zone where buyers are stepping up. I mean, frankly speaking, this is a big zone for ES1. Generally, this has been the spot where it does like the bottom. We've seen this already 2 times where, you know, we've come to this zone, we flirted with it, and then we've gone up. We've come to this zone, we flirted with it, we've gone up. Now, you know, we're at that zone again. We should get some reaction. We're getting that now. Personally speaking, watching for this scenario to play out. I honestly think we'll go back to 5,155 on ES1. Could happen today, could happen tomorrow. I don't know, but I'm expecting that. Let's check there where the 5 is. Oh, why'd you look at that? So I personally think we're going to hit the 5. It's been rejecting, so you should expect some rejection there, especially since it's right on the meme line now. Now, that's why I have this LARP line drawn. I'm expecting some rejection here. Probably run this again closer to 4,980 region. There, I'm going to be looking for longs. You know, I'm real close to giving a bunch of Academy longs. I just need the triggers, and that could happen as soon as today. It makes a lot of sense though. That's 5,160 regions, very important for ES1. We essentially want to get back above there, and then we'll be into this new range. This new range is simple. I mean, boomers are simple-minded people when they trade, and you know, it's like you reclaim 5,160, you're going to be in a new range. 5,300 is the next target. You know, that move we had yesterday, or I guess it was it yesterday? On April 8th, essentially, you know, proved that, yeah, 5,300 is solid resistance. That is where we found our rejection. You know, and so to me, that makes a lot of sense going to that zone. Now, you'll see I have an overshoot here. I personally think we're actually going to test the 21, and we've seen this before on ES1. Like, you know, once it like starts really getting momentum up, we do find resistance at the 21. Now, ideally, that'll be the same occurrence where that 21 moves down. We go to that 5,500. We then can flip this 5,500. Maybe even should gauge it like this. So now it's like 5,451 to 5,500 is the range. That's the zone where I want to start looking for more shorts. It's a simple bearish retest, simple SR flip. What was support to the book should be resistance. You still have that major inefficiency after this dump. There's nothing here telling you that this is resistance. You need this first tap. Now, you know, boomers here are getting quite scared. 401ks are going down a lot. My siblings are now even paying attention. You know, that tells you some shit.
Can I say something? I think that's all because of the news, by the way. Because all of the boomers that I know that watch either CNN or Fox are like, my 401k. I'm like, dude, you've been putting money for 40 years in that thing. The fuck do you care about the top from the measuring from the top to now? You're just listening to this bullshit.
I actually tell them you should be quite bricked up to put this in your investment portfolio at these prices, honestly. And if we go lower, you should be happy, because if ES1 does die, well, America dies. And then at that point, the world is fucked. So you don't really, there's no point to have money.
It doesn't matter.
So it's like with that logic, then yeah, it's like this is free money. If you have a 20, 30, even a 5-year horizontal like range essentially in that. So, you know, for me, it'd make a lot of sense to see this squeeze. A lot of shorts were horny here. This was very easy trading. Yesterday, I made $1,000 in 10 minutes at like sitting on, waiting in line to order food with my family. That simple. It's like these setups are really paying well. And that's great. You know, it's like really showing how well my system is, because it really does greatly work in very trending markets. You lose a meme line, you often go to the meme line and you gauge the moving averages to enter. It's very simple, it's very straightforward, and it makes trading quite simple in these crazy environments. But now, I mean, we don't want to, like I said on Bitcoin, scale shorts here. This is not the day where you're on short watch. Yesterday, I said yesterday was a day of pain. We 2 days ago had a nice trap. We put in major retests across the board. This is a day of pain. That was yesterday. We did have that. We dumped really hard yesterday across the board, fast too, on Bitcoin even. Now, today, I'm saying this is the day of planning. This is where we're gauging, okay, is this going to dump again, or are we going to actually put in some bullish structure here? I'm gauging the candlesticks. I'm gauging the levels. Are we holding this zone? This would be then like 3 holds of this area. That's important to me. Are we forming an uptrend on the lower time frames? You know, all these things will be dictated today and tomorrow into next week. I think that's going to be the day of reckoning for bears, unfortunately. And that's why I'm trying to warn the bears, the fellow bears, that in my opinion, this just kind of is the place to be scaling shorts now. We've made good money. We're going to make good money longing and even better money shorting the actual lower high. Just got to wait for that. I honestly really do think patience will be our friend here. And even like me bullish, I'm not scaling longs right now. I got to wait. I got to see the data, because we very well could just turn into another nasty day. And I'm wrong. But as it stands, and like I'm not wrong, but we just end up going to the Dow SMA 200 on the weekly. Not really there yet. We're almost there. Front running it, but like we definitely still could hit that before bottoming. That is literally my criteria. The Dow SMA 200. Once that's hit, I'm expecting a bottom across the board. Now we're front running it. We're at the EMA 200, but boomers like the SMA 200. So I have to really look at this still. It's like we need this weekly to start really either forming a doji or flipping green. I mean, then that'll really at least start really looking like, yeah, we're front running this. This still is in a danger zone of reverting, filling this wick, coming down, ruining the morale of bulls. Bitcoin ends up going down again, not really hitting the zone yet fully. I mean, it didn't technically, ever so slightly missed it. As you can see here, that would probably line up with this finally hitting it. So like that's why we just gotta wait, and we're planning, and we're ready for both scenarios, ready for a bottom right now and ready for another dump ski into today. But I personally am expecting markets to go quite green today, if not tomorrow. Or for sure next week. And so let's look at ES1. ES1 is very simple trading. And let's backtrack this now. I've talked about where I stand. Now let's just see where that goes. And let's backtrack and really see what's good. So ES1 to me is highly concerning under that SMA 200. Very simple. I mean, as soon as we lost this here, I was telling everyone we need to gauge the retest. We got that deviation play. We got the short now. On this short actually is when the Academy flipped very short on ES1. All throughout this time though, I'm scaling shorts on it. And honestly, I had a TP1, a TP2, and then a TP3. I did not think we were going to hit TP3 in 1, 2, 3 days at all. I will be frank with you. When I was posting these trades over here, I was essentially saying, yeah, we'll probably hit this by year end. Well, I was wrong on that, thank God. And it only took us like a few days, which is awesome. Thank God, because, well, we printed massively here on those $5,700 shorts. Insane. So now what I'm looking at is, okay, cool, let's go to the weekly and shift gears. The trend is your friend. We're dealing with boomer stuff, so it's very straight to the book. Let me go to the 5-day. And now what we see is, okay, cool, we understand this was the last lower high. This was the dump ski. This is the lower low. Well, you could argue this is the next lower high. That's why I wait and see on this closure. But for now, I'm going to be looking at that as questionable. I want to really actually see us flirt with this cluster of moving averages. Max pain scenario would be to test the 9. I mean, closer to the 5,500, you would essentially flip this wick low into resistance. And what you could be getting here, let me delete all this crazy shit so we can see it. What you could be getting in this 5 days of bottom candle. I mean, this could be a doji bottom candle, depending on where this closes. It makes a lot of sense. You get follow through, You get doji bottom. Next one, you need expansion up. Visually, you can see it. So that's why it's like we're very close into next week is my kind of metric on. Yeah, I'll be surprised if we're red next week. It's like that really could happen. It's a little more trickier though, because what you'll notice is you do have strong resistance here. You can't disregard that EMA 100. And so it's a little more trickier, Mark. As we get lower, the shorting is going to be harder. I'll just keep saying that. Like as the lower we go, the more harder this is going to be. The easy shorts, and the only hard part about it was just the time and the waiting over here. The timing, right? The waiting, the chop. But it was pretty easy if you think about it. You just simply played the weekly 9. You printed. You just kind of were annoyed because it was just like felt like forever we were just in this zone. The lower you go, the harder it's going to be because you're going to be very far from the easiest, obvious rejection zones. And then this is really where the meme lines will come into play, in my opinion. Now, we'll have to really see where this closes. Because the weekly and the 5-day are concerning to me. But on the 2-day, it's actually quite nice because, we're holding where we need to be. This 2-day could easily pop back above. Oh, I'm on Bitcoin. Jeez, my bad. My apologies. The big 2-day on Bitcoin is looking good, but what do we see here visually on the 2-day? Well, like you see a zone that's massive support here that we just freshly have lost, and we've just broken down from it, and we've even tested it here. You just got to gauge like any moves up to this region has to be looked at as major resistance. Now, again, we can go to the 5-day, and it's the same logic. I mean, like you already kind of got that retest, you got the dump. So I'm saying you could go slightly lower, but that's why it's not worth, shorting here to potentially, TP here. It just seems quite aggressive and risky. And even on the monthly, you're at the 34. Logic says this should hold, ideally. I mean, or unless we're truly fucked, and then we're actually just going to go to the 4,000s, and then you get wrecked on. Grandma and grandpa get wrecked on. That would
I
suck.
think they are going to get wrecked on.
Oh, they will. It's just more delayed.
Yeah.
It's more delayed. Jeez, how terrible. For bulls, not for us. So the trend's going to be our friend here. Simply put, you just can't really be shorting this zone unless you're just like unless you're gambling. That's all I'm going to just simply put it. You're just kind of like an asshole if you're shorting here. So to the terms of that, like you just shouldn't do that. You easily, very easily can get another short opportunity, which I'll get on that if we get it. Simply doing this. Can we not agree on that? And then maybe we lose this zone and we get the easy short down. That's even logical per the SMA 200 on the 3-day. Until that happens, you're just at extremes on volatility. You're at major support now. Grandma and grandpa are getting quite bearish. Everyone's asking if they should short now. And it's just like, motherfuckers, where were you over here? You don't short here. This is when you dunk on everyone and start possibly longing and then get the clout for shorting and longing. Loading, by the way. So honestly, I'm watching 5,450 to 5,500 on ES1. That'll line up with my 88,000 target on Bitcoin. This will take time, though. I don't think this is going to happen today. I'm rather than looking for this week to be more the slow shift in bullish momentum if bulls can hold. That's a big if, but if they can, next week we could be gearing up for a mega bounce across the board. That bounce, don't get it twisted, will just be a short opportunity leading to very juicy gains on the short end. So for now, we are at support. You're gauging 4,980 as support. You're essentially looking at April 19th low, draw a meme line right on that. And if you start losing that, it's going to look concerning to me. Until then, you are at support. You are holding it. These wicks are telling you buyers are, showing up somewhat in quotation marks. And that's important for our idea of this next big short. Oftentimes in markets, we get often very easy trades. We start printing multiples of 400 or 500% on these trades, and then you start getting lost in the sauce where we've been talking religiously about 73s on Bitcoin, 4,970 on ES1. You then start seeing everyone's bearish. So then now I'm going to move my TPs down to 4,000. You start, just again, getting lost in the sauce. I've been there. I've done that. You don't want to really tarnish this win that we've had this past week and a half, by scaling dumb trades. I promise you, in this environment, it's player versus player, so you're going to get very, very, very easy setups. You can't tell me that the 81 to 82,000 shorts wasn't screaming obvious, and that's because it's player versus player right now. There's a lot of dumb people trading. There's a lot of dumb people trapped. And so it's up to us to really decipher the next move. And it's just more problem, in my opinion, to get a bounce. Let's see if the HPDR even lines up with X. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass, but you even see here on the extreme end of that. You even get a move all the way back up to the 38.2%. Is that like 5,990? So like, obviously that'll move, but my point being, you are at extremes too. So you just shouldn't short extremes, and you shouldn't short when we're TPing the zone. Now, I could be like, yeah, we're going to go lower. Let's start shorting here. No, it's like I'm just sitting on my hands, letting this kind of play out, waiting patiently. Because when we do end up squeezing, we end up getting that bounce. Don't know when it will happen. We end up really bouncing here. Everyone's going to be happy that they TP'd their shorts in this region, because you're going to have a massive capital inflow here to short again. And then when you 2-3x that, that's how you do the account run-ups. It's very simple. It's all based on risk management. And that's why I love bear markets, because you get really fast move ups and you get really fast move downs. And if you understand, if you're pre-planning for that, you just like, right? Like imagine we really do bounce from here and we do go to 5,500. At that point, you're not going to, and Bitcoin goes to 88,000, 87. You're not going to tell me you're not really going to be bricked up itching to short this, because it's playing out what we said. And that's kind of the idea with it. We just got to stick to our plan, and shift if the data allows. So yeah, ES1 looks terrible though. This was terrible. I mean, this is like really bad price action, I will say. You just fully like multiple months just erased in 2 months. That's important, and that's showing you kind of the environment we're in. We very easily can fill this out though. I mean, there's no free lunch in this market at all. And I just will promise you that over and over. There's no free lunch in this game. Even if we're the most bearish, you still always do end up getting these major bounces to then lower, major bounces and then lower. There is no free lunch here. Why would it be different this time? So ES1 to me, in summary, is holding support. We're gauging the monthly EMA 34. You're gauging here essentially this bottom. We're potentially putting in structure here on this higher low. You're gauging essentially April 7th low as your invalidation. You're going to be running that this might be a price divergence forming here, meaning this could just be a higher low, nothing more. It's just a visual. But I like that, right? It just makes it easier. We can extend this out. We can then get confluence of that. Maybe we hold this again, dump down, come here, push up, right? As long as we just keep not taking out the previous lows, that's bullish. For me, you're going to be gauging 5,160 as the first zone. This is a big spot. Now, we've hit this 1-2 times. Coming up again, it'll be a little weak on the resistance side. That's why you should now be gauging the 9. That's at 5,300. That's a big spot. You start rejecting there, that could be your 81,000 Bitcoin rejection that Alejandro was talking about that we roll over. Now you start reclaiming that, and Bitcoin starts getting above 81K. Now we're probably going to make our way up closer to 5,500, if not higher, maybe even all the way back to 5,700. Fill this gap out. I mean, boomers love filling those gaps. Get all those horny shorts out. Anyone who didn't TP here is feeling absolutely like an asshole now and dumb. Anyone who shorted here is feeling stupid. They then flip long here, and we just dunk on them again. Invalidation would be here. Huh. Simple. So, I mean, you have just like, you have unlimited amounts of money to be able to print here. It's just dictated on patience. That's it. You go wrong if you start front running these ideas, and there's no reason to. You're gauging today to possibly confirm a big long trade potentially. And if even, right, we do reject 81Ks, ES1 could very easily just go to, pump 7%. That's great. 10% maximum, you're talking about a 15% trade with potentially, a 1.5% stop loss. Potentially. Still not triggered yet, so I would not recommend people front run this right now at all. There's no reason to. And yeah, that's it. I mean, let's check the quarterly. Oh, how lovely. Beautiful. Flirting with that quarterly median. You should expect some reaction there. Broke out from it. This is a back throwback, in my opinion. Ugly, but still could be a throwback. 21 tap question mark? Yeah, it did. 2 month bi-monthly EMA 21 tap. This is significant. This has been a big bottom zone for ES1 every time. This is actually very significant that we hit that. Interesting. It just gives me more bias confirming that, yeah, we're in just a zone that you need to be paying attention. Start really deviating from this zone. Big yikes. Big yikes. Next target will be closer to 4,300 to 4,000. Huh. And then if you lose this 34, next target will be 3,100. And then that'll be the first time ever ES1's hit the EMA 100. And this will be like, yeah, we're in a terrible, we've never been in this kind of scenario before in the history of this chart. That'd just be terrible. That would be like, it's like Nike status. Like, is this dead? What the fuck? This is like a major blow off top, major head and shoulders. Boom, boom, boom. Yikes. But we're not going to go there yet. Come on. It's all just.
That'd be insane. Imagine if people are losing their shit right now.
And shit's going to go to fucking 3,000 to maybe even like 1,500. God damn.
Yeah, it's going to be unbearable to be on X or any social media whatsoever.
We'll probably be mega short, so.
That's right.
That's at least reassuring. See, it's nice when you can play the markets because you can make money in any environment. You just need volatility. If you have volatility, you will make money if you're an actual trader. You don't need to be just a perma bear or perma bull. We've proven that to everyone. We were giving beautiful longs out when it allowed, and we've given beautiful shorts out when it's allowed. The only way we lose in this game is if we get that, 20, well, I don't even remember 2023 summer price action or whatever, when maybe it wasn't 2023, around there after the bear market, we just had no volatility on Bitcoin.
It was around, like it was actually like December, January, February 2023, 2022 December. That's when he would not move.
No, it was so bad. I mean, like, so bad. You just weren't moving at all. And, that's where that shit sucks because people sign off. They stop watching the streams. They stop looking because there's no trades. They just sign off. And this, what you'll notice is the most important time to lock in. The most important time. So, that's where most feel like what we said now, right? Like 2 weeks ago, this is the most important time to lock in right here. Really not here, but in this zone. When we're chopping, that's when you lock in, when nothing's happening, when it's boring, when everyone's signing off, they're like, fuck crypto, I'm going on vacation now. This is when you lock in. This is when you can make a lot of money. And so, that's basically it on ES1. I'm just kind of now looking at stuff. Let's see if we got any silver crosses. Let's just see. I should be more professional here. Let me get the EMA 200 off. I don't.
Yes, please be more professional.
Yeah, I'll be more professional.
Yeah.
So like we do have the 9 crossing under the 21. That's interesting because we really haven't seen that in a while. I mean, since here in October 2023, which we did bottom. Let's check VIX too. Generally, oh, look at that, matching my bias too. Generally, and you can just back test this yourself. Whenever we do hit 60 on the VIX, which now I'll put a vertical on. This does mark bottoms, at least locally. Let's see here. This one was August of 2024. That was the Japan carrier trade. Right here was a bottom. Nice. And then, yeah, we have March 2020. Was a bottom. And then, now we have this one. So, you guys see what I'm saying? Like, we've already done that. We're already at 60 on the VIX. That's always generally been a bottom region. I mean, unless things are.
But the fucker's staying up there, though.
It is. But unless things are different, I mean, this can easily go down in today by 20% before it closes. Yeah. It can, truly. We saw that here when you printed massively on that long. I'm shocked at how you did that.
On the
That was-
VIX, that was just
I
a big
talked to-
coincidence.
Like that's how you know too. I like actually like that. I mentally noted you took that trade because I'm still talking about that after months later. Because I'm like, damn, that was a fucking crazy trade you got. Yeah, well done. You know, this we could have played VIX. Like we could have. If we really wanted to, we could have done it. I just don't really want to play the VIX. But maybe we should have. I mean, that's would have been fucking easy money.
Can I tell you what the difficult part is? That it's always playing you like, all right, I'm gonna break out. No, I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm gonna break
Yeah.
out. I'm not. So it's like being in that Bitcoin when you're shorting, and it keeps fucking throwing you out, getting you
Yeah.
out.
No, I
The
agree.
VIX is that every single day.
Yeah, and that's why you can't use. That's why people say TA doesn't work. It's questionable. I'm unsure. But
No.
you know, with our bias going into this week, which was max bearish, that's just you would have been gauging other things like stocks and crypto to then say, yeah, the VIX is going to pump. That's it. That's the reasoning behind it. Not anything based on the chart. Just like, yeah, we're at support. Then you know we're going to pump to 60 because it's just going to capitulate. That's literally how I would have thought about it. It's a little disappointing because that would have printed nicely. My point being, though, is that we do get bottoms when the VIX hits 60. There's no reason to overcomplicate it. So then, like, here's October 08. Okay, let's see here. October 08. Boom. Was that correct? Yeah, it was. And then went to, I mean, we hit 60 a few times here. So, like, I will say that we did it there. And then we hit it here. So let's check now. Now let's check. You know, so like, yeah, we've hit it there and we hit it there. All right. What was the last one? I should have checked that. I didn't even check it. December 08. Okay. November, so December of 08. So yeah, I mean, you bottomed roughly 2 months after it. So, you know, it's not like a try and true, I will say, but I mean, generally, it's not a bad hit rate. It really is not. Like if you just like simply look at that in correlation to bottoms on risk and stocks, at least just stocks, it's really not a dumb thing. And there's only been a few occurrences of this. So, you know, we've actually hit that. That's surprising to me now. It kind of matches with exactly with what I was saying. Isn't that odd? It seems like the more we look at these things, the more I'm confirming and just biasing on everyone right now. You know, it's just really confirming this because why would you, as a person with a brain, scale shorts when the VIX is at 60? That to me just seems really counterproductive because, you know, we haven't really like, I don't know, blasted through 60 ever. So why would you make your life harder when it needs to be easy? You start getting out of shorts here. You let this shit reset or do its back test. If we even want to be like dirty, we want to be dirty boys, let's just do TA on the VIX. You know, yes, you could argue this is a, what's it called? A back test retest. You're retesting this. I'm going to just simply put, this could be a hangman though. This could be a top. This could be like, you're going to actually come down and play like this a little bit. Similar to what we saw here, where you can just play here for a little bit. Let me do it like this. So even matches my bias more. I'll draw another meme line. Okay, you consolidate, you broke out, you hit 60, you dumped, you consolidated on support, did you not? Now you broke out, you hit 60. Let's consolidate on support before we, I don't know, potentially go up to like 70s. What would be the next target? All these verticals are throwing me off. Let me see. Oh, wow. Yikes. 85s. Huh. Yikes. Yeah. That's gross. Wow. Yeah, I mean, 85 would be the next if this area holds. I mean, like this actually plays out. You do go down, but you consolidate here. Next move your next leg down will take you to 85 VIX and possibly an all-time high. Huh. And that would just be funny if VIX hits like 85, 90. Then what do you do? What does grandma and grandpa do? I have no idea. That's crazy. We'll have to just gauge it when that happens, but that's not good. You see volatility is at extremes though, so you could then start resetting. That's what you're seeing across the board. Why am I looking at the VIX? Because we're looking at ES1. This does correlate. So let's go back here. You know, like we could easily do a double derp on volatility and then go down. We definitely could. But you know, you still shouldn't.
Perdóname, abuelita. Retirement is canceled.
I mean, think of all the people. I was thinking this when I was laying in bed because I'm just shameless. Why not? I was thinking, grandma and grandpa were buying here during Thanksgiving. They're probably not too happy now. I will just say, they're probably not.
Oh, no doubt. Are they going to blame you?
Oh, not my grandparents. No,
You've
no.
been cut out of the will.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I was
saying,
like, God
I'm
damn.
saying in general, like people,
Oh, yeah.
motherfuckers were shilling crypto at the Thanksgiving table this
Oh,
Thanksgiving.
yeah.
That's never a good sign, boys. I mean, grandma and grandpa are now trying to fight you. They're calling you a coward. They're like, what the hell's going on? Because you're not returning their calls. That's not good. So
They
yeah,
want you
I
to
mean,
waste heat.
that's why I'm shameless, because I was just in bed thinking about all the people that wrecked their own grandparents. I told my grandfather, nope, this is you. I'm not gonna. He was like, hey, should I buy like the ETFs and some miners? I said, unless you hate money, yeah, you can start scaling crypto stuff at 100K Bitcoin. I'm not in my right conscious state gonna tell you to do that. You should definitely not buy anything. Why? Because I've been in this game. I know how this goes. You just logically, why would you tell anyone to buy crypto at 100K? Does that even make sense to you? No. Unlike the
There's
investment,
plenty of channels that do that, sir.
crazy to me. That just like doesn't even flow right. Yes, invest in Bitcoin at 100K because it's going to 150. Come on, like that's crazy. So yeah, and an ETH. I mean, what was that during Thanksgiving? Oh God. They got mega fucked. I mean, Ethereum is on the verge of capitulation now, just so you all know. I will just say that. Ethereum, let's not forget either what we called on an ETH. We understood that we had this major channel, did we not? We understood that we said in April we were going to get a move. Max, it was going to be matched maybe March. And I was only dictating that by if this channel was going to hold. If this was true, you're reaching the end of it. Simply put, you had volatility too at some of the lowest reads you've ever had. This was significant to me. And then I also believe, yeah, we also identified this. It's just because I deleted BWP, like a breakout on volatility. Now this is really degenerate and memey, but still, I mean, like still breaking out potentially from this regression since 2021. We killed it. Like this was legit. Ethereum's going to break down, just so everyone knows, to 500. It's just a matter of when. But we won't talk about that. Ethereum bulls just can never, not catch a fade from me. I give them fades every day. So sorry, ETH bulls. I'm not even on crypto. I'm supposed to be looking at S&P, and somehow I insulted ETH bulls. So my apologies.
Well done.
Yeah.
Always nice when you get there. No
Right.
matter where you are.
Yeah. So that's it. That's it. I'm done. I'm done ranting. You're essentially now gauging the 3-day on ES1. That seems simple to me. It's kind of just playing in nicely with the meme line, the zone I want to hold, and the SMA 200. You're gauging this. Now we'll have to see if this holds. If it does, you're going to be watching for a move all the way back up to 5,500. EMA 100 on the 3-day. Support. Should be resistance now, or possibly a move all the way to 5,700. I don't think that's going to actually happen though, because now would mean we're really testing the last lower high on the 3-day. Make more sense to me to do this. Lower high, nuke. So that's kind of what I'm going to be playing on. I think this next leg up is going to be very aggressive. I'm going to have a lot of cash on the side so I can be ready to deploy this on boomer shorts, Bitcoin shorts, and then most importantly, the brain dead oil short that I'm going to be giving soon, because I have to be with this. And when you understand TA and you look at this, you're like, oh my God, I need to get into this immediately. What the hell? Yeah. So that's why I've been just patient with it. 2 week, right? Motherfuckers are shorting this right now. We know how this game goes. We know how this game goes. Please don't do that. I would much rather be wrong and miss this trade than to short this right now. So just, yeah, don't do that. It's more going to be like this. It's just the same playbook, bros. Like you're just going to lose the SMA
The retest.
and
It's
you're
everything, man.
Short the retest. It may take time, but you will short it and you will get it. And then this will massively print in the short. So I'm really, really confident on this short. Only tricky end is just the stop loss, right? That's always my issue with these, like oil and gold, is the stop because it's manipulated. But for now, we're going to be waiting on this one. And your stop will just be this high. Because in my head, if you engulf this, like go up and engulf this whole candle, kind of concerning, right? Like you're probably going to go up then. So logic says to short the retest, use the SMA 200 as confluence, and have your stop at this high, if not this high. You really want to be conservative with it, just have it here. But that's kind of a big stop loss. But you're potentially brewing a fucking $26 oil trade, in my opinion. It's very massive. So yeah, that's it. Lots of setups. Beautiful things are happening. Very happy right now. Volatility is our friend. ES1 is on support. Just gauge it. Let's check the 4-hour real quick. Okay, so we're rejecting the 4-hour 9. Still in the downtrend on the 4-hour. Hopium is this higher low. Not a good rejection here, but it could be playing into, we're just going to test this zone. Let me see.
I think there's going to be, by the way, lots of long setups on all stocks, including Coinbase, Tesla, etc. Because they're so close.
Yeah. I mean, you can essentially interpret Bitcoin and ES1 as like it's going to correlate well for alts and easier trade like stocks like Apple and things like that, like Nvidia, Tesla, even like look at all them. Like, let me just cycle through all these real quick, and you'll see. Yeah, long trigger almost here. Apple giving a long trigger. I didn't draw these lines, by the way. This played out beautifully. Just gonna say that, and then hit our thing. This was a lower time frame SFP, so a long trigger, lower high possibly. Okay, let's keep going. Let's check SOL. Possible long trigger here. Let's check strategy. Close, not yet. Shit, it is shit. So I'd expect that. Let's check coin. Possible, not a long trigger, but this can give a deviation play. And this is an hourly, so let's go to like the daily. Right, so like you're either going to reject here on coin or you'll reclaim this. Let me make this solid so it's easier to see. So this could be a short setup actually today, or this will be an SFP play. If we're going to go on the camp that this is going to bounce, you'd be gauging this, you'd be gauging this, and this is your long trigger. So again, could be giving a long trigger even there. Rivian possibly giving a long trigger. If we reclaim 1093 and then get back above 1140. We'll check Amazon real quick at support now after hitting our full TP. Do you see my point? Like we're just at like a lot of support zones on my book. Nvidia is looking really nice right now. Check BNB, almost at support with higher lows. Check Costco. Well, no, I don't have anything on Costco. I shouldn't even have done that. Check Robinhood. Do I have anything on Robinhood? No, I don't. I stopped drawing shit when it was here. When we broke out. One more. Come on, let me just check one more. Why not? Let me just do one more here. What could be
Nike?
What?
Nike?
Oh, Nike. I was gonna do that. Yeah, let's check Nike. So I saw Luke Belmar told all his community to buy Nike. And I had to, I don't know why he did that. This is a dead chart, but close to a bottom, right? $47 will be a zone for sure on Nike. And you'll probably get your lower high like this. Boop, boop, boop. So, it's always funny when I see people give trades or like I'm max long Nike. Like, why? Why would you do that? It just like, do you not? And then it's just like they snitch on themselves because they don't understand what they're doing. And it's just sad.
It's because money killed my father and I hate money.
Oh, you got to get money back.
Fuck money.
It's fine. Anyways, and I love how Farn's always quiet and he just says like the most outlandish shit sometimes. Or we won't text sometimes for like a few hours and then he'll just send me the most absurd meme that I've ever seen in my life. Farn is hilarious. So yeah, that's it. The summary is like, yeah, we're very close to support. Everything right now is like at support. That's the point of why I was cycling through all my charts, because like I'm just showing you like I'm not just drawing shit to draw it and say it. No, it's like everything is like making my balls tingle to go up. Bitcoin will be the first one to bottom, just so everyone knows, because it's the riskiest one. Nvidia as well. So you will be gauging Nvidia and Bitcoin for your risk on. If Bitcoin starts moving up, you're then going to have the bias that ES1 will follow. Does that make sense, right? The riskiest top first, the riskiest bottom first. In my opinion, if we're going to locally bottom, you're going to start seeing Bitcoin, Coinbase, Nvidia do really well. Why? Because it's a cycle of getting retail back in. When retail starts seeing dumb shit like Bitcoin do this, what are they going to do? They're going to get in. When they start seeing GameStop go up 20%, the news articles hit. Coinbase moving bigly. You know, this actually could be a lower time frame long trigger, just so everyone knows on Coinbase, with your stop here at 147. But you know, that's another time. So yeah, that's it on that's just it. I just think everything is looking quite nice. And even now, I mean, Bitcoin is going up. I covered that short at like, I don't even know, 74,000. So I mean, like, we're at 77,000, almost 78,000. Our idea is playing out. We just need to be patient with it now, and that's it. Stocks will be an easier long up than crypto. I will just say that. The longer trade right now is longing crypto up. There will be setups, and you know I'll give you guys longs because we're degenerate. But in my opinion, I think the easier money will be the mean reversion on stocks, in my opinion. So,
yeah. It's they're very close to like big supports, like all of them basically. So they're just like, please take the money, go long, I beg you, and invalidate it right here, really close by. So yeah, totally agree. And also, boomers need to get fucked. Right? Like, why is it only young people getting fucked? Boomers need to get fucked, so the stocks need to get fucked.
Oh no, we do the fucking now. I mean, I dunked on boomers all week, so I mean,
let's not stop it.
No, we will continue to do so. This is nothing more than just another short opportunity, a gift of that, I should say, a gift to go short again.
Yes, sir. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Okay, so Farhan's gonna do Amazon, and then blah 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 blah. Because XRP.
Oh, I'll do XRPP.
Okay.
Sweet.
Well, yeah, it would be you. XRP.
Yeah, I'll do XRPP. Yeah, it would be me anyways.
Perfect. Ok, estamos viendo el SP500 una vez más, índice potente. Quiero echarlos para atrás. Quiero también que todos respiremos un poco. Que todos entendamos el chiste que está ocurriendo en este momento. Se han juntado con alguien, no sé, también tienes que vivir en Estados Unidos. Te has juntado con alguien, algún boomer, ¿no? Que tenga 60, 70, 80, 90 años y te cuente instantáneamente en cuanto lo veas, es que estoy perdiendo no sé cuánto dinero de mi retiro. ¿En serio? ¿En serio? O sea, esto empieza en el 92, ¿no? Y todos estos cabrones compraron todo esto, todo esto, todo esto, todo esto, todo esto, y ahora están llorando que su retiro... lo que hace la televisión, cabrones, lo que hace la televisión para que no se lo crean. Por si ven algún boomer, díganle, no mames, tranquilo, papi. Tranquilo, con que no te mueras en los próximos 2 meses vas a tener tu dinero de retiro, ¿ok? No te preocupes por nada. Se maman. Ok, con eso dicho, hemos visto esta potentísima subida que ha experimentado el SP500 en la trimestral y ahora estamos abajo. Al día de hoy, 18% y hemos estado abajo 21%. Recuerda, cualquier acción, cualquier ETF, cualquier bien que estemos viendo por acá para invertir en una tabla, abajo el 20%. Está en un mercado bajista. Por ahora todavía no califica, pero para nosotros perdiste el promedio del 9 en la trimestral. Estás en un mercado bajista definitivamente y obviamente hay estructura que ha sido rota en diferentes temporalidades que nos dice que estamos en un mercado bajista de estas cosas y está bien, lo estamos disfrutando bastante. El SP500 está cotizando ahorita por ahí de los 5,000 planos, ¿ok? Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 en los 5,141 y nuestro 5 en 5,334. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más. Volatilidad no nos decía nada. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más. Y acá, esta es una de mis vistas favoritas porque pueden ver que el promedio del 34 nos está aguantando. Ahora, ¿qué pasó? Acá, la primera vez que llegamos al 34, tuvimos un gran rebote. Ese tipo de rebotes es básicamente lo que estamos buscando. ¿Dónde está tu entrada? Acá y buscar este rebote al 9 o al 5 que están en esta zona donde está mi línea meme para hacer un alto más bajo y dar continuación a la baja. Pero tal cual como lo estamos con Bitcoin, en esto estamos buscando estos rebotes, estamos buscando la zona en donde agarrarlo, donde atraparlo. Y normalmente es cosa de esperar, no pasa de la noche a la mañana. Por ejemplo, ahora tenemos nuestra volatilidad volteándose arriba, a punto de cruzar por encima de la media. Recuerden, cuando cruzamos por encima de la media se considera como expansión de volatilidad. Cuando todavía no estamos por encima de la media, no importa que esté haciendo esto no lo consideramos como expansión de volatilidad. Eso es otra de las cosas que tomamos en cuenta nosotros cuando lo estamos haciendo. Por ahora estamos encontrando soporte en nuestro 34, nuestro promedio del 34, que es la línea blanca grande que están viendo por acá. Es lo que nos está aguantando. Podemos ver que nuestro promedio del 9 y el 5 están justamente en los 5,550, por lo que para mí va a ser inmediata la reacción de en esta zona hacer un gran corto y poner en los 5,600 como mi invalidación para entrar en él cuando lleguemos ahí. Pero por ahora es encontrar dónde subirnos a este corto. Podrías hacerlo el 34 o podrías hacerlo un poco ahora que nos acerquemos un poco más para ver exactamente dónde. Vamos a ver con el HPDR para que puedan ver los niveles. Pueden ver también que hasta en la mensual el HPDR ya está bastante abajo, en el 88.3%, te queda menos de alrededor de 10% de probabilidades de dar continuación a la baja, por lo que tiene que respirar, tiene que consolidar un poco. ¿Qué tanto llega al 83, que es la línea amarilla? Cuando llega a tocar el 88.3, o sea, estás hablando en marzo del 2020, lo hizo. O sea, para que tengan una idea, esto no pasa todo el tiempo que llegamos a este punto de los 4,700. Y ahora, esto no estoy diciendo que se acabó el mercado bajista, estamos diciendo que tenemos que estar ante un rebote para que esto continúe bajando y todavía darnos más espacio para hacer lo que estamos viendo en el precio. Por ahora tenemos nuestra línea meme que coincide perfectamente con el 78.6%. Siguiente movimiento, imagino que nos debería llevar a los 5,321, que es donde está nuestro promedio el 21 y la parte alta el 61.8%. Y si eso se llega a dar, la parte baja de la zona azul está en 5,630 una vez más, algo que le da un poco de confluencia a esa zona para nuestro rebote. Qué chido. Nada mal. Oye, nada mal, brother. Qué chido. Una vez más, estás 95%. Hicimos un front run. Le adelantamos al EMA 100, que es esta línea roja que están viendo llegar hasta acá. Nos la adelantamos, pero vean, ante esta caída en la de 2 semanas, la expansión de volatilidad y todavía tiene camino para dar. Ahora, ¿va a continuar? ¿Va a seguir empujándonos? ¿Quién sabe? O sea, 2 semanas y pueden ver el Super Dumperoo. ¿Qué ejecución? Podría que nos lleve a los 4,700 a buscar este fondo fondo local, suelo local en el 4,750. Vamos a mantener un ojo por ahí porque, de nuevo, no esperamos que el mercado nos haga las cosas fáciles. No esperamos a que simplemente, ok, long, vámonos para arriba y ya subió, ¿no? Esperamos que nos quiera sacar, que a la gente que va a estar entrando, comprando por estas zonas, nos quiera sacar. ¿Y cómo lo haría? Así. Simplemente es cosa de paciencia. Por lo que el día de hoy, el resto de esta semana, muy probablemente vamos a estar simplemente viendo el comportamiento de todo esto. No te le quieres adelantar a lo que está pasando al dinero. Ya lo han visto, señores y señoras, que estamos todos aquí juntos. Siempre y cuando usemos nuestro sistema, no nos podemos equivocar, pero nuestras equivocaciones son tan chicas que cuando le acertamos y esos aciertos son tan grandes, es lo que estamos buscando todavía acá. Vela de tope también, esta vela topera es agresiva, está en el 5,580. Ahora, para mí, si yo fuera técnico y fuera a joder a todo el mundo, justamente me llevaría la vela topera y sí, el 5,600 parece ser una zona bastante importante antes de llevar esto. ¿Por qué? Porque eso te haría pensar que esta vela topera se va a cancelar. Entonces, si yo quisiera joder a todo el mundo, subiría ahí, todo el mundo pensaría, ok, podemos cancelar esta vela topera, no hay tope en la de 2 semanas y vamos a continuar a la alza y después cogértelos a todos y llevártelos más para abajo todavía. Interesante. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal me imagino que exactamente está en extremos de volatilidad. Ahora, estos extremos de volatilidad pueden ser 2, 3, 4, 5. O sea, no crean que no, y ahí lo pueden ver perfectamente cuántos hay. Cuántas semanas se quedó en extremos. Así que no podemos darlo por, ok, ya llegó la volatilidad al 100% y ahí se quedó. Vean lo agresivo que fue este dump, porque fue justamente ahí donde empezó a expandir y de ahí bolas, güey. O sea, estos setups semanales de jamás que hubo en el SP 500 nos llevaron a este punto. Ahora, ya estamos en la semanal en el 97.5% y junto al SMA 200 que está en los 4,677. Una vez más, esta zona nos sigue dando confluencia. ¿La vamos a tocar ahora o la vamos a tocar después en la bajada? Esa es la cosa, eso es lo que estamos intentando descifrar en este momento. Les voy a dejar la parte más fácil. Pongan su gráfico en el 3 días. No tienen el HPDR porque cuesta una lana. Tienes tu gráfico de 3 días, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, tienes tu SMA 200. ¿Quieres abrir tu long? Probablemente en esta zona. Tu invalidación sería esta. Y atentos acá. Aquí hay un juego rico. Cuando tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, y ahorita justamente me estaban preguntando en el chat para dártelo, mi estimada, ¿quién fue? Ale, me preguntaste, ¿qué es un cruce plateado? Un cruce plateado es cuando el promedio del 21, que es el amarillo en mi gráfico, lo puedes ver acá, cruza por debajo del naranja, que es el 55, que es el de acá, el que va así. Ahora, este cruce es un cruce plateado a la baja. Este cruce plateado a la baja me dice que cada que el 9 o el 100 sean retesteados, ahí hay que hacer corto. ¿Y dónde están? Una vez más, 5,423 el 9, 5,500 el 100. ¿Ok? ¿Qué está diciéndome eso? Ahí me está poniendo un objetivo de un trade que estoy preplaneando. ¿Dónde me voy a salir? Justamente en esta zona, en los 5,500, perdón. Digamos que lo agarro acá. Esta va a ser mi salida y de ahí vamos a verlo para abajo. Es un poco como se va viendo. Obviamente, mientras más te vas acercando a las fechas, más cosas salen, pero por ahora está bastante sencillo. Pon tu gráfico en la de 3 días, tienes tu cruce plateado, tienes tu SMA 200. Si pierdes el SMA 200 y empiezas a cerrar por debajo, no hay long y simplemente vamos a continuar a la baja. Pero siempre y cuando estés haciendo esto y puedas cerrar por encima de la línea meme, en los 5,021, deberías de tener ese viaje gratuito a los 5,400 mínimo. Diaria está en extremos, por supuesto. Deberíamos estar muy abajo en el HPDR. Déjame ver. Sí. Ya abajo el 97%. Ahí es donde queda básicamente todo. Sí. Tu promedio del 9 en los 5,200. ¿Qué está en 5,500? El 21. Vas a retestar el 21, entonces en la diaria. Ahí lo tienen. Básicamente SP 500, véanlo en la de 3 días. 3 días. Esa va a ser su mejor forma de poder entender dónde va el movimiento y ver si hay una falla en la lógica del long, justamente aguantando este SMA 200, que es esta línea de acá. Voy a acercarme más. Y esperar acá, ver dónde está tu SMA, tu EMA 100, el rojo. Déjenme quito todos para que vean algo. Porque ¿qué pasa cuando normalmente lo pierdes? Lo vienes a retestear, caer. Todavía no lo hemos venido a retestear. Así que atentos acá, muy probablemente vayamos a retestearlo 5,506 en la de 3 días en el SP 500. Ahí lo tienen. ¿Cómo de que no, carajo? Oigan, qué gusto, qué gusto. Mr. Farhan, it's your turn and you got Amazon, don't you?
I believe
Don't you?
my milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard.
And they're like, damn right. Wait, what do they say? What when the
I
boys
don't know
come to
what
the
they say.
yard?
They
Oh,
never
I
come to my
forgot.
yard,
I
so
forgot what they me either. My milkshake is sour. That's what they said. That's why I've been drinking pineapple juice every day.
oh, interesting choice. Alrighty.
Amazon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
It's interesting how Amazon just for several years likes to maintain this 38.2% zone. doesn't really lose it until bear markets basically lost it in 2022. Once it reclaimed, hit new highs. And as of right now, we are still holding that 38.2%, but it's not looking the best. We have 2 months and basically 3 months left to go. But it kind of does look like we are going to lose that 38.2% based off this momentum flipping to the downside and volatility very close to getting to an expansion phase. Plus, the quarterly jewel has now lost its buy signal. So we mark with the vertical line every time the jewel has lost its buy signal, especially in this area. That'll be right here, right there, right there, right there, there, and right here. And see what happened with the price. Here, this happened all in one candle. This was a move down of 33.8%. This was also all in one candle, 20.23%. This was about 23%. They're all very similar numbers. 35%. This one was a lot bigger. 51%. And as of this moment, we're only down about 18.6%. So if we were to take it roughly 25%, that would bring us basically exactly down to this 21 EMA, sitting at right around $146. Take it 35%, brings us pretty close to that 61.8% at around $128. So it does make a lot of sense to come back down around 25%, come to this 21 EMA, right, which was our bottoming zone right around the 2022 bear market. Sure, we went under it, but then we didn't really spend very much time under it and quickly reclaimed it again before we went to new all-time highs. So it does make sense to come around this 21, maybe slightly below it, and grind out in this area for our next macro bottom through the next bear market, and then reclaim it and start to go to new all-time highs again. But right now, it does seem like we are going to come down to that $146 to $149 area. Right now, my bias is that somewhere around here, maybe 149 to, let's give you a range of 120s is what I think is going to be the macro low. Monthly. Monthly is now freshly breaking into the bearish control zone on momentum. This has not happened since December of 2021. Something else that lines up with us being in a bear market with volatility expanding from almost 0%. Now the jewel is giving a fresh sell signal from pretty high up, and it completely skipped over the neutral phase and went straight from buy to sell. That's pretty interesting. We're already now losing our monthly 21 as well. That would give us a target of coming down to the 55, which also lines up around $146 to $150. 2 week is also in the bearish control zone on momentum, bouncing right around this 100 EMA. It does make sense because it lines up with the 88.3. So if we do continue to see this bounce, I wouldn't expect it to get anywhere higher than 182. But likely it ends up rolling over towards that 150s area. To put the 2-week jewel. Oh, good lord. 2-week jewel is giving a godly sell signal right here. Pink is
And
crossing
from
below
that
the
top
yellow.
part too. Holy shit.
Yep. Pink is crossing below the yellow. Dark blue is losing the bullish control zone, and they're very close to each other when it happened. Wow, that's bad. Let's mark it the last time that happened. Oh, by the date, you can tell that this is terrible. This is October of 2020. Oh, wait, never mind. October of 2020. Huh. Let's go back in and see what happened. This is September 2018. 2017. Yeah, that should be enough. Let's see what happened. We went all the way back to 2016. So a lot of the dump had already played out, but we still dropped another 18%. This one, nothing really happened. 2%, that's nothing. This one's about 8%. This one's a lot more fun. 31.3%. 6.5, 10.8%. So it was double digits. As of this moment, we are down about 18%. So we have hit the number. So it does make sense. And another thing telling us, along with the HPDR, that we probably do bounce from here. Weekly is still in the bearish control zone, but although it's very close to getting back over the moving average on momentum, whereas volatility is very close to getting to a contraction phase. That also lines up with us doing a deviation of that 88.3%, which probably send us up to another tap of that 100 EMA at around 178. Lines up with that number of not going over 182. 5 days already just about to get back over that moving average on momentum. Volatility is just at the moving average as well to start in the contraction phase. Lying right around that 100 EMA right now. So if we can close above it, that's when I say we probably go higher towards 182. But right now, it seems like we're not going to close above it. Maybe get another retest of that 178, 180 area, and then I would look for 150s at this 200. 2 days also in the bearish control zone with volatility still expansion phase. Right now we have closed below this 200. So if we do continue to the upside, I would expect that area to be a rejection right around this 5 and the 200 from around one same area, 178 to 180. Daily's already started that volatility contraction and momentum flipping to the upside. So from here, if we do get over 175, it gives you the same area of 180. So the daily jewel. Oh, good lord. The pink is now just about to cross back below the yellow with the dark blue bunched right up next to them. The hopium is that this is happening pretty low and within the bearish control zone. It's not that much to ask for 150s from 180 from there, based on that
Yeah.
signal. 4 hours and same thing as the daily, playing out with the momentum going above the moving average, volatility starting to contract. 4 hours lost the sell signal on the jewel. Good lord, the 4 hours doing it too. Because once this gets back around here and curves back around, that's going to be a godly sell signal. Hey, maybe I should take some Amazon trades on BTCC.
Yeah. What is
Rarely will you
Jeff-
see,
What is Jeff Tezos doing?
right? Rarely will you ever see epic sell signals like that on the jewel. I should add Amazon. I said last time I was going to add it and I didn't.
Bad fire. No.
Somebody should spray me with a little water bottle. I asked ChatGPT if you should do that, and it was like, you can traumatize your cat. Never do that.
Really? By spraying
Yeah.
them?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't do any of that shit. I just tell them no.
Because Fibonacci likes to bite, and then me and Alex bought little Nerf water guns. And my girlfriend was like, absolutely not. You're not going to use this on Fibo.
Oh.
All right. Monthly RSI. We have enough data. We can go to the 6 month. 6 month is very close to giving a possible hidden bullish divergence. We just have to get a little bit more of a move down, which will line up going into 150s. Get a move lower on the RSI. That would still be a significantly higher low from this low here. And then we'd have hidden bullish divergence, and that target would take us to $1,000. Oh, good lord. What would Amazon do to do a roughly 7 to 8x on price from here? That requires going lower first. And right now, this is giving us a sign that we probably go lower. And that is the quarterly about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. It will confirm if we close this quarterly below $184.40, and that will give us an easy target of hitting this 21 EMA right around $150. What do you know? Does that match with any RSI targets? Not really. Sort of this one, the middle zone of the RSI at 166. And even a quarterly bearish divergence only bringing us down $21, that's pretty insane. Monthly is technically still in an uptrend because it hasn't closed below this one yet. And there is a possible hidden bullish divergence right now, but it's a little difficult to confirm that because you will have to close over $214.01. And that will give you a target of hitting about $220 first and then around 792. 2-week already has confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence will be active as long as you're closing below $206.21. And your next target is, oh, beautiful $151.84. I like that number. Nothing. 5 days confirm many drives of bearish divergence. And it will be active as long as you're closing below $198.34. And your next target is sitting around $134, which I expect it to update because it goes against my bias. Three-day has now put in a fresh silver cross. So once this line moves down, it should match around this 5 EMA right around $180 for the silver retest on that silver cross. Daily has many drives of hidden bearish divergence. As long as you're below $185.90, your next target is 132. Another 130 is interesting. 12 hours as well, hidden bearish divergence. Target is also 130s. Okay, that's a little bit of a counterpoint. 2 hour has many drives of bullish divergence, 3 drives within the bearish control zone. That would give you a target of hitting the neutral zone, which right now is at 178. Very interesting. So it seems like from here we do bounce towards somewhere around 178, 180, and then reject from there and go to 150s. We'll confirm on the momentum charts. Quarterly is still in a volatility contraction phase, while momentum is now starting to flip back up, and it will remain to the upside as long as we're above $141.50. It would still be up even if we went down to 150. And not only is it flipping up, the significance is it's maintaining the bullish control zone, which then should take us into the critical zone. And let's mark with a vertical line when we freshly went into the critical zone on this chart right here, right there. Oh, would you know? Would you look at that? Look what happened with price when it entered into the critical zone. Let's move this up a little bit.
Just a little explosion.
Yeah, just a little busting action. Just busted all over everything.
God.
Just a tranquilo move of 2,800%. So this looks short to medium term bearish, long term bullish as fuck.
This makes me even
Very
more
technical
angry.
term.
This makes me even angrier about listening to fucking boomers tell me that their retirement's done. Get the fuck out of here. 2,800%.
Unless you're retiring tomorrow, you shouldn't really be worried.
That's what I said. Yeah, exactly.
Quarterly is now flipping down on momentum, which lines up with the idea of short term being bearish, where it will flip down if we close this quarterly below $216, which will also be a rejection of the critical zone, and it will be quarterly bearish divergence of 3 drives. That would have, which is hilarious. 3 drives of bearish divergence of a quarterly and a target of $150. It's 148. It's not that much. I guess if you take it from the all-time highs, that would be a drop of around 38 to 40%. Oh, that is something. A monthly is also flipped to the downside, and it will with a derp of death, and it will be flipped down as long as you're below $232.50. So let's see the last monthly derp of death. Oh, it's never happened before ever. Interesting.
Oh, wow.
2 week is also flipped down with the derp of death, and we're down below $237.67. Last time we had a derp of death, how much did we drop? 22%. So from this derp of death, how much have we dropped? 14? 2022 brings us right around 145 to 150. Very interesting. Also fits my bias. And we're getting downwards momentum with volatility expansion. Weekly is dancing right around the edge, but it's still technically flipped down, and it will remain to the downside as long as we're below 177. And volatility is hitting pretty extreme, so we are pretty close to a local bottom. 5 days starting to get above the pivot, but it's still technically flipped down with the derp of death, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $170.60, which we're slightly above right now. 2 days flipped down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down below 177. Daily is also flipped down as long as we're below $182.61. 4 hours now flipping back up, rejecting the critical zone, lining up with many periods of 100% volatility, just about to start getting into a volatility contraction phase with momentum flipping up as long as you're above $167.55. So right now, the high time frames are starting to align to the downside right now on Amazon, but the long-term time frames like the 6 month and beyond, even the 3 month and the 6 month look extremely bullish with a little short to midterm downside momentum. The quarterly is putting in 3 drives of bearish divergence, which crazy enough has only a target of $150, $148. And the 6 month is putting in hidden bullish divergence, which then would have a target of around $700 to $800. I have no idea why it would go that high. That's just target would be. And the lower time frames are flipping up a little bit. 4 hours starting to put in upwards momentum, saying that we might get a bounce from here. If we can get above 175, it would take us somewhere around 178 to 180. Very small moves. Maybe to 182. I would expect a rejection there, and then down to about $148, $150. If you start to lose 148 on a daily basis, then that move will activate to 130 to 133. Although that it would still be a higher low on the macro and still put in the hidden bullish divergence and still take us up from there. So maybe short, yeah. So right now, short to medium term, we are very likely going to be bearish, but over the long enough time frame, like maybe even a minimum, as much as 2 years, which is not that much, probably going to end up hitting new all-time highs.
Oh, yeah. It's Amazon, baby. And you want to see this, everything you just said in just one place? You ready?
Mhm.
Obviously, this is Amazon. We're right here on the median, right? Which is right now at 160. So probably bounce here, get to this area. It's 189. This is 189 where the EMA 100 is too. And then we can continue to go where you said. Target to the bottom of the channel, which has been forever, is $113. 115, 120.
Oh, it lines right up with my bias.
See, there you go.
Our
This is
biases are
just
touching tips.
this is your bias and my bias had a baby, and they're just biasing all over each other right now.
God damn.
The babies are touching bias tips.
That's
Oh
right.
wait, no, never mind. Can't say that.
No. It's fine if it's a religious event. Trust me, I know a group
Oh,
of people
okay.
that do that.
Oh, perfect.
That's funny.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you just and Alex, you're doing XRP.
Okay.
Farhan, we got 1 second. The euro dollar or Nvidia.
I like to do Nvidia. I hate Forex.
Okay.
We'll do the euro too after PP.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Sounds good. Okay. Estamos viendo Amazon, damas y caballeros. Voy a quitar, me gustaría quitar mi canal pero honestamente está funcionando perfecto. Quiero que lo vean. Este es un gráfico de 3 días. Esto empieza en el 2016 y pueden ver que la parte de abajo la toca, va a la parte de arriba. La parte de arriba es tocada, vas a la parte de abajo. La parte de arriba es superada, ¿qué te toca? La parte de abajo. ¿Ok? Y estamos justamente en la media en este momento del canal. Lo pueden ver acá. Esa línea, esta línea que va por acá es la media exactamente. Y Amazon ha estado en un máximo histórico de alrededor de $242, está cotizando en $170 en este momento. Eso es una bajada significativa, ¿no? Significante. ¿De cuánto? De 28% y ha estado hasta 33% abajo. Interesante. Algo que quiero que vean también es cómo estamos por debajo del promedio de las 100 sesiones y el promedio de las 100 sesiones se junta con la única línea meme que tengo justamente por acá. ¿Cómo lo ven? Esto. Así que esta va a ser la operación de rebote más fácil. Tienes una vela topera, tienes el seguimiento, tienes el intento. Este fue el corto que mandó Alex. Y de acá continuamos a la baja. Ok, vamos a empezar en altas temporalidades, 3 meses. 3 meses, obviamente, definitivamente, y sin perder estructura. Un segundo. Y sin perder estructura, continuamos siendo altos más altos. Se parece mucho al gráfico de Bitcoin, ¿no? Continuamos siendo estos altos más altos y continúa empujando, pero estamos ya sacrificando un poco de la estructura por acá. Abajo de los $151 vas a ver la estructura trimestral empezar a romperse y se va a confirmar abajo de los 144 cuando crees un mínimo más bajo que todo esto y te lleves esta zona de corbata. Ahora los 125, que parece ser una zona, vean, si les pongo esta línea meme acá en la trimestral, pueden ver exactamente a lo que me refiero. Claramente este es un rango completo, hasta acá abajo este es otro rango completo. ¿Lo pueden ver? Para que lo tengan perfectamente. Y en la trimestral pones estas líneas, no tienes que hacer nada más. Aquí yo me atrevería a poner una media de canal. Exactamente. Y esta la voy a pintar como se debe, de amarillo. Amarillo azul. Es más, no, ni siquiera tengo que hacer eso. Puedo hacer simplemente esto. Y voy a quitar mi canal, que es irrelevante. De todas maneras, sé perfectamente. Bueno, no sé perfectamente qué va a pasar. Tengo una buena idea, pero veamos. Ok. En fin, por ahora estamos viendo a Amazon en lo que parece ser una tendencia alcista. Obviamente está acompañando al resto del mercado. Seguimos siendo bajistas a corto plazo, pero a largo plazo Amazon obviamente va a seguir subiendo en 1 o 2 años cuando toque. Va a seguir haciendo altos históricos. Podemos verlo en toda la tabla también. Vamos a empezar volatilidad. Volatilidad había comenzado a expandir, pero después empezó a ir del lado justamente después de este pico y puedes ver qué ha pasado con ese irse de lado. Nos ha absolutamente perdido el movimiento que estaba empujando a la alza y ahora simplemente estamos por acá. Con eso dicho, ¿dónde están mis promedios y por qué no los veo? Porque quité todos. Felicidades, Alejandro. Eres un crack. Por no decir un gran imbécil. El 34, ¿qué más tengo? Mis 55, 200 y ya. Ok. En lo que estábamos en el tope, habíamos aguantado usado como soporte el 5, lo perdemos el 9. Cuando pierdes el 9, normalmente es lo que te empieza a decir que ahí viene y justamente en nuestra media tenemos a punto de cruzar nuestro promedio del 21. Eso quiere decir que muy probablemente los 151 sean inevitables. Y también donde está nuestro promedio del 34 en los 127 en esta línea meme es algo que podemos ver tranquilamente en el gráfico a cierto punto, ¿no? Y después ya dar continuación. No sabemos qué tanto vaya a bajar, simplemente es una idea que les estoy poniendo enfrente. Vámonos a la mensual. La mensual nos empieza a enseñar un poco de los daños que se han hecho. Podemos ver el rechazo del 9 y el 5. A partir de ahora, el 5 puede desaparecer, no lo necesitamos. Estar por abajo del 9 lo consideramos nosotros una ¿cómo se llama? Está. Un segundo, déjenme tomo mi agua porque si no, yo creo me estoy perdiendo la cabeza. Un segundo. Seguimos en esta tendencia bajista. Ok, ahora sí podemos seguir. Estamos en una tendencia bajista y consideramos un mercado bajista para cualquier precio que esté por debajo del promedio del 9 en el mensual. Y estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 en la mensual. Ok. También tenemos el 21 por acá, perdido, y estamos rebotando en el 34. Hubiera sido una excelente oportunidad para todos haber entrado en 167. Por eso estas temporalidades altas siempre es buena seguir revisándolas, porque puedes ver dónde están tus buenas entradas. La siguiente va a estar en 152 y después 126, obviamente si sabes operarlas. Vamos a poner también el HPDR, que tenemos bastantes datos. Ver dónde está Amazon, estamos cayendo en la zona azul y ahora estamos en el por debajo del 50%. Lo cabrón de Amazon es que cuando cae de la zona azul son los mercados bajistas. Esto literalmente ocurrió en enero del 2022. Perdimos la zona azul y no la retomamos hasta abril del 2023, que es cuando comenzó nuestro mercado super alcista. A Amazon le encanta quedarse en la zona azul, perder la zona azul en la mensual. Es básicamente la sentencia. Ya estamos acá, ya no hay nada más que hacer, más que continuar. También vemos que el 78.6% está justamente en los 146 y eso es una zona que va a continuar apareciendo junto con nuestro promedio del 55 acá. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. No tenemos nada en volatilidad. Volatilidad está a punto de expandir, pero todavía no. Vamos a ver qué es lo que apoya en ese entonces. Vamos a ver si la de 2 semanas nos cuenta un poco de lo que va a ser la volatilidad. Volatilidad está expandiendo ante esta caída. Lo pueden ver justamente acá. ¡Pum! Caidongo. Caidongo. Pero, como pueden ver, llegamos al 88.3%, por lo que va a necesitar tantito tiempo para consolidar, lo que nos da juego a nuestra teoría de que esto va a rebotar y muy probablemente ir a esta zona y después dar continuación a su caída. Semanal. Semanal ya habíamos tenido la volatilidad expandiendo ante todo este dumperiño y es lo que nos llevó hasta abajo. El 95% está justamente donde nuestro SMA 200 y también nuestra línea meme. Me encanta la confluencia en los $151, por lo que probablemente este sea el siguiente nivel que vayamos a ver. Además de eso, como dijimos, volatilidad está expandiendo y está ya en 91.6%. Vamos a ver cómo se da. 9 por debajo del 21, etcétera. La de 3 semanas la de 3 días es mi favorita, es la más fácil de ver de todas. Llegamos hasta el 88.3%, tenemos nuestro SMA 200 justamente acá, promedio de los 200. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja que te dice que tienes tu promedio del 9 en los 187. Damas y caballeros, preparaos porque tenemos nuestro 9 y nuestro 100 justamente acá, lo que nos dice que vamos a tener posiblemente un gran rebote a esa zona de los 189, rechazar y dar continuación a la caída después de eso. Amazon, como todo lo demás, un poco en lo mismo. Voy a quitar el HPDR para que lo puedan ver bien. Voy a quitar esto para que lo puedan ver bien. Básicamente continúa en caída. Esta caída vamos a estar explorando el abrir un largo, un long, para podernos ir al siguiente nivel, ya sea acá o sea hasta acá y después caer, o en la primera simplemente acá encontrar con esa pared y caer. Y ya después, cuando volteemos una vez más, veamos dónde estamos, podemos hacer un corto y ahí estaremos al pendiente con ustedes. Pero Amazon por ahora, temporalidades cortas se ve bastante quemadón, temporalidades muy grandes, trimestral, 6 meses, bien. Y va a continuar, pero eso quiere decir que 1 año, 2 años va a volver a estar en máximos históricos, pero por ahora está ante una corrección como todo el mercado y lo que vamos a aprovechar y vamos a estar buscando es esa oportunidad de long, porque podemos usar BTCC para hacerle un long a Amazon. Denme un segundo, es más, quiero ver si estoy en lo correcto. Ok. No me quiero meter, gracias. Simplemente llévame a tu exchange. Futuro, sí. Acá. Vean, si vienen a BTCC, para toda la gente que está en BTCC, que está tradeando también acciones con nosotros, es futuros, futures, perpetuos, la primera. Y acá, en donde dice meme, hasta abajo te pone tokenized stocks and commodities. Le picas ahí, te pone, aquí está Amazon. Entras en Amazon y puedes hacer tu cheeky short. Puedes hacerlo por acá. Simplemente puede ser el límite, market, todo está ahí. acá, simplemente en BTCC. Usa el enlace que está aquí abajo para poder ir, que también te den 10% del depósito. Si pones hasta $100,000, te dan $10,000 gratis en tu depósito que puedes retirar. Ahí lo tienes, damas y caballeros. Alex, we're next with XRP. XRPP?
Yeah, XRPP.
Okay. Haven't done XRPP in a while. Let me see if I still have the banner. Damn it.
Let me just send this real quick. Okay. So, I mean, XRPP has been nice. It's been easy trading. I essentially gauged an easy short opportunity in this region here. Safe to say that played out nicely. We didn't fully hit our TP, but I mean, you're using the 73K as your gauge to kind of get out of shorts. Gave you a 12% trade in less than 1 day. Pretty good, I will say. With no risks attached to that. Our entry was right around 198. So, I mean, you can make the argument it didn't fill. Some people did fill. I didn't fill, but still, good ass trade, right? So we essentially were gauging XRP. We were gauging the daily SMA 200. That's pretty key to XRP holding. We essentially were just saying that, if that really gives, it's going to start looking like 149 would be the next target. Let me go to the 2-day here. And when you look at the 2-day, it kind of all painted an easy picture. 2-day lost the EMA 100. This gave you an SFP bearish retest short setup. This then gave us the rally up. This was the idea behind, the short essentially into yesterday before the close, of course. That led to a beautiful rejection down. But now what we're doing is we're rallying up. So my bias here is that markets are going to go up. I'm not on short watch really anymore. For me now, I'm actually just gauging this zone. 195 on XRP has been proven to be a very, very strong spot where we get big bounces. We essentially have seen right in the zone here, the longs. I remember I gave a long out. I forgot where, but we gave a long at that 195. I think it was here, and that ended up printing essentially 32%. So this zone is a big spot where we essentially want to see here bulls reclaim this to maybe give us a nice upside bias of possibly going up to 220 again. Right? The daily's 2 days about to silver cross. No, it is silver cross. So, bias would already be you're going to make a move up to $2.03. That already puts you above the 2-day EMA 100. Very well could do something like this up to the 21, reject. It's an altcoin, so it's not going to trade as clean as Bitcoin. But you have to really gauge the zone. You have the 5. The 5, yes, it's a good spot. People like to trade off of it. I use it more as a metric. When you reclaim the 5, you often go to the 9. You see it's basically touching the EMA 100. What you'll notice is the 78.6% on the 2-day is right around that zone as well. So getting lots of confluence, 3 different points saying, 195, 196, it's going to be very strong resistance. But if bulls can actually reclaim that, you're going to make an argument then that you're going to possibly have a massive SFP trade here. That's why, again, I'll just keep saying that today to tomorrow is going to be just a day of basically setups forming. I think aggressive longing here will print intraday, will print for scalps and day trading, but I think the better trades are on these triggers because, look at each time XRP has touched the yellow line. Very simple. Look at the reactions. So you have to gauge this strength now is opposite, and now it's major resistance. But if we reclaim it, then you're back into this range, and you can see this range is quite big on XRP. I can extend this line out, and then now we have a range, right? You have like a mid-range, 220. Reclaim 220, you'll move up to 265. So very big range here. You're talking about a 35% range, and we were holding it since last year of December. So, it's like it really actually is very clean. This could give an easy short. I mean, honestly, it's either going to do that or you're going to reclaim it. Your stop's going to be there, and this is just going to be the most obvious short ever. But I still have to just run with my conviction on the overall macro view of the markets. And if Bitcoin does end up going up from where it's at currently and really pushing up closer to like 85, 88,000, XRP will go up again. And most likely then goes closer to that a 2-day EMA 21 tap, which would be a silver cross retest. 55 was holding pretty nicely as support here as well, so would make sense. Or we reject here at 196. I mean, if you're a low leverage trader, you could easily scale this, around this zone, but your invalidation would just simply be if you start reclaiming the yellow line, then you don't really have a trade. You reclaim 196, your next target still is 150. Nothing's changed on that. You're just catching what's it called, a bounce here. Very logical. It's very simple TA, but it's true. I mean, you are just using this wick high flipped into support. So now you have like a little support range here, similar to like Bitcoin's mini support range, right in this zone here, around 73 to like 65. Big one, but it is. So I mean, that's kind of clean when you look at it like that. This is the equivalent of no, never mind. I was going to say 73 on Bitcoin, but that's just not true, I don't think. But this is significant. This is a wick high rejection after a major move up before consolidation and bull flag. So the fact that we did actually hit that is interesting to see that, because that is pretty strong. And if you do end up getting back above the yellow line, you are going to make an argument that XRP could go up a lot higher. Potentially, and fill all of this out and then reject. This tells you that this is resistance right here. So let's check the Bitcoin pairing now. Nice. Still in the range though. I mean, many breakouts, many breakdowns. It's an altcoin for you. Big range though. If you break this is your capitulation. So you have to expect that bulls aren't going to let this break so easily. If it does, and XRP, rejects 196, it's going to be disgusting. This has potential to nuke it. Let's see. 26% has to line up with something. Let's see. Yeah, right here. This is probably that dump. You lose 150, you're probably going to go at minimum to that SMA 200, maximum all the way down to 85 cents. So it's a big spot. You have to expect bulls to step in here, or this is going to fully basically unwind this whole rally that we've just experienced. This will just be a major top. And I do think XRP is going to go down to $1. 120. I think it's going to actually go under $1 eventually. But it's just more a time thing. I think we can get the bounces before then. It's play the volatility. Even the 2-day silver cross is saying, yeah, probably gets a bounce from here. I mean, if you played the 2-day silver cross and you got long, let's say you were very lucky and long this meme line here, again, if I just lock in the room, I could probably make a lot of money on my own. The 2-day silver cross is telling you, yeah, you have a 26% bounce potential here on a 2-day silver cross retest that's very fresh. So it just shows, yeah, volatility's hot on this coin. Weekly is looking interesting. We'll have to see if this flips green, make a case to 220 then, which would be the weekly 9. Lines up nicely then with that. Move back up possibly to 88. Big resistance at 220 though. Just all I'm interpreting, and you can just visually see. You get back above 220, yeah, you're gonna have a pretty easy move back to 265. Let me change this. We'll use this one's better, like 272. 272 would be better. To like 258, in my opinion. Let me delete this too. You're already seeing the 2-week shed, which means you're getting them downward move, right? What was up now is resetting. Plays into this, has potential to fully reset this whole move. I mean, don't tell me we haven't seen this every single time on XRP. Every single time. So, I mean, is this time different? I don't know. It's probably not.
What's the thing that keeps repeating itself?
This. I mean, every single time you get massive breakouts of the scale of over 100%, you don't hold them and you always revert them. Always.
Oh,
back.
yeah.
Oh, every
Yeah.
time on XRP. Every time. So it's like, yeah, maybe this time's different, but probably not. You know, it's like that's probably not the case. And XRP will eventually end up going to like $1.16 to maybe 86 cents. And then your hopium on that is that you don't do this, which is okay, you rejected the 196, currently where we're basically at. From there, you capitulated down to 90s. It's interesting to see that because this is a big zone for XRP, is what that tells me. You're already under your cycle high now, so that's kind of fucked. That's like the equivalent of Bitcoin under 69K now. Not good. Computer's about to die. 1 second. Captain always shit.
I wish when computers or phones die, they made the Mario Brothers noise when you die, like in the real Nintendo ones.
That'd be cool. Yeah. So, I mean, you have to really look at this zone, and it makes complete sense that this is like the capitulation zone. And then that makes complete sense that XRP BTC, which I'll go back to, is at that spot where it's like, yeah, we don't hold it, we're going to capitulate. So, you know, it's like XRP did a really good rally. It printed well, did well. But this is nothing more than a volume, a metric of just making quick money, and you don't hold these for investments. Why would you ever hold an altcoin for an investment? Ever, 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 ever. I don't like. There's no reasoning to do that, and Ethereum is the best example. You don't hold altcoins for investment purposes. You use them for volatility and to make quick money.
And can I say? I'm sorry. Yeah. Can I say the XRP narrative is brilliant for that reason? And the reason why it's held the longest, I think it's just that narrative and the people that hold it. Because remember, there's a large amount of people that legitimately think they're going to turn every XRP into $1 or like give people like, I don't know how many dollars, or that XRP is going to be the base of the monetary system. So to them, the more things are getting worse, they're like, oh, finally, XRP is going to blow up because they're going to use it. Like it's genius. I think it's one of the most genius things in the world.
Are you telling me it's not going to $589?
No, absolutely. Yes. This is just to Alex. I'm just saying this to Alex. Don't listen to me.
And this kind of looks
good.
This kind of looks like Bart. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, I understand. Maybe it does go all the way up to 569. My apologies, but highly doubt it. Actually, I'd actually bet that more money that it's probably going to go under $1. Probably within the next by the end of the year, I'd say.
First to 589, then a quick correction to 0.
Maybe. Who knows? I don't. I just click buttons. But you know, all I can say is XRP probably is going to go under $1 within the end of the year. So plan accordingly to that. This is the zone though, so I could be wrong. And we bought him here, of course. You know, likely. I get clipped. We do this and then go up. No one will ever say I did talk about that. They'll just clip me on I said it won't ever go, or it will go under $1. But if it really does lose this zone, you're fucked. I mean, you just have to look at what happened in the past, right? You wanted this zone to hold, and it didn't, right? You're already at this rejection zone now, so we know XRP really can just dump from this point. We don't want it to, ideally, and that's why we're going to use like this lower time frame range. But you know, it's like that's why the yellow line's important, and you're really not. Like you're rejecting it, and that's not good. What we see is when we came down here to the 150s, you need this scenario to hold, because you know, if not, you're just again now on the previous cycle. So like in 2018, you're now falling under that range, and that's a shitty one because that's a capitulation range. That's a dirty fucking candle that just like will always capitulate price down when it breaks it 150. 150 down, 150 down, 150 down, right? 150 down. So I have no FOMO here, even closing shorts, because we'll always be able to short this shit if it turns sour. It's just more like we don't want to get caught with our pants down. You know, then you have to say you're getting changed and no one will believe you. They'll know what you were doing. So, you know, I personally want to see XRP hold this. You know, if you don't and you fall back here, the only hopium at that point I can bring you is that you're going to go all the way down to 85. You're going to hold that. So it's going to look maybe like this. Down, rejects, capitulates. The only hopium I can bring to the table if that does occur is that this high starts getting flipped into support. And then you just consolidate for multiple months under this. And what you'll do is you're going to flip all of this into support and not fall into this shit zone, because this is a shit zone for XRP. If that can occur, you're then doing technically a very dirty retest here of the breakout zone. You're flipping this into high into support, this SEC news high. And then if that does occur, you most likely form some macro higher low. Let's see. Would you look at that? So, you know, but that does mean that you would need to go down 54%. So that's the only OPM I'd have if you start losing 150s. Is that, yeah, maybe you just bottom around here, flip this range into support. The bear market takes you all the way down back to 84 cents. You consolidate for multiple months. By the end of 2026, you end up going up maybe. So enjoy that. Let's see here. This is terrible. I mean, it looks fine. It's okay. I shouldn't say it's terrible, but again, just like looks like we easily can go to the 9. And this looks like it's a 27% drop. It looks like we easily are going to either hold this zone, form a maybe a bull flag and go up. Would be great. But this looks like a top candle on the 2-month. This looks like we want to go down to here. This candle's looking heavy. And the hopium on here is that, yeah, you form that higher low. This was the higher high. You know, we do get that 85 cent XRP. This ends up going all the way down to 164. It holds it. We don't fall into this shit range, which is the abyss of the BTC pairing, which is not good. Not even a point to draw a meme line here. It's just like fucked. And then we go up and we start testing this high. But again, it's going to take like, you know, by the end of 2026 to probably do that. Which will probably be your whole bear market, in my opinion. So, yeah, not good. XRP is not good. It's fine. It's not the worst chart we've seen, of course not, but it's also not the best chart anymore. And what you have now is the strongest turning into the weakest. The harder they go up, the harder they fall. You know, and this just looks like a massive top candle. In the month, this was a massive evening star. Now you're getting follow through. So yeah, I mean, even on the monthly view, you lose the 9, the 21's at 126, 34's at $1 basically. So, you know, it's not really absurd to say if you lose 150, you capitulate. But it's also not absurd to say that bulls will try to defend that with their life. So, you know, I would gauge something like this and then down. And that's it. That's all I have on XRPP. Inshallah, 150 holds.
Let's hope so, for the sake of that economist that predicted everything right, except that the price of XRP was going to go to 21. Farhan, do you mind just jumping into NVIDIA and just because we have 15 minutes to go, and then I'll just end these.
Sweet.
Let me switch to the HPDR.
Let me remove ad. Is Jensen Yang going to be signing titties? That's
Probably not
all
for
we
a while.
need. It's the chart will reveal it.
All right, so I'll start with I'll do the 6-month. Front of the 6-month has started to have broken down into the 38.2%. and it's still below. Sure, we have another 2 months and 22 days left to go, so anything could happen. Could just go right back above and go to new all-time highs. But as long as it's below this 38.2%, probabilities are at a minimum we're going to come down towards the median, which the median at the moment lines right up to the 9 EMA at around $70 to $71. And every single time it does come towards the median, like it has ever since this zone here. It's just bounced off the median and went to new all-time highs. So we have to assume that trend is going to stay true until you get a 6-month close below that median. So that would give you the bias that we come down towards this $70 area, maybe wick a little bit below it towards the 60s, grind out a higher low somewhere in this zone, and then take that to new all-time highs. And that would line up with momentum going lower than it did in all of these lows, but making a higher low on price, giving us 6-month hidden bullish divergence, which would easily take us to new all-time highs. Quarterly is also getting momentum to the downside with volatility still in the contracting posture, and the quarterly jewel is very close to giving us the God mode sell signal. Let's mark with the vertical line on the quarterly every single time that we've lost the buy signal, and especially this high up. This one's gonna be more effective.
Major dildo on Bitcoin. So that's nice.
What price?
Well, now I'm
79.
sad that I sold. I hate this, by the way. Yesterday, when I put the Solana short on screen in my living room for my wife to like just follow, we hit the TP, and then the price just kept going down. She goes, "Would you make more money if you didn't sell out right now?" And the line keeps going down. I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Why do you sell?" I'm like, "Shut the fuck up. What is this?" That's how I felt right now.
No, this is actually
Fuck,
quite
I
interesting.
never got my entry for my long. Fuck this Bitcoin shit.
No,
Quite
we might
interesting.
get yeah, we might get it though.
No, we will. I mean, daily
Yeah.
will give you a 12-hour long trigger on the 9. That's what we're going to take, if anything.
There you go.
But the idea isn't that we're going to long this. The idea is that this is playing into our bias. We sold perfectly. We're not too greedy. Now we're going to watch closely, though, because we could reject here at the 4-hour 34.
Oh,
So
interesting. Just came in. Trump raising tariff charge to China to 125% effective immediately.
So went from 109 to 125 down.
I feel like we
This
can
is
do
the
higher
most.
tariffs.
And he wants to delist Chinese stocks potentially.
Wait, almost at $80,000 on Bitcoin.
That's
Wow.
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we're
And
probably
this
gonna
beautiful long.
we're gonna fill our short at the daily EMA 100. Doesn't seem too crazy now. So
What is that? 81?
no, 88.
Oh, I see.
85 to 88 is my rejection zone. Now we could do what you guys are saying and reject 81 to 82. I'm not ruling that out, and I'll watch closely. But this volatility is hot, and the idea is we need to squeeze this high this fast to get everyone out of shorts and everyone bullish again. And that's what's happening. And then I really think the easy longs will be on stocks, not Bitcoin. So, yeah.
So I have drawn with the vertical line right here, the most beautiful jewel setup ever. Whenever we lost that buy signal all the way up here in the bullish control zone and then flipped into a sell signal. Interesting how this time around you just flipped directly from a buy to a sell. And now, what's also funny though, I didn't plan this out, this just actually happened, is that every single time the jewel lost its buy signal is whenever the HPDR momentum went below the bullish control zone. Every single time. And 3 makes a trend. Let's see how much we went down this time around. About 55%. 64 or 65%. And as of this moment, we've only gone down 36% to get 55%. Brings us roughly to around $60, right around that 21 EMA and that median. Very, very, very interesting. Very nice. Let's remove these lines. Line gone. Line gone. Adios lines. The monthly has now gotten its breakdown. It's lost the 38.2%. And momentum on the monthly is in the bearish control zone with volatility expansion. And we're getting quite the dual sell signal right here. The pink is crossing below the yellow. Dark blue is very close to losing the bullish control zone. And it's happening quite high up. The last time we had this sell signal on the jewel was right over here in February of 2022. And price dumped from around $33 all the way down to $10 at that point. That's, I believe, a 66% drop. As of right now, we should expect to move down into somewhere around the 78.6% to this 55 EMA. That brings us anywhere around like $75 towards $64, $65. I'm thinking around somewhere around the 55 EMA is where we're going to find our next macro bottom and continue from there to retest at the very least, even if we're bearish to come up to retest this $100 area. Come on. Come on. Momentum on the 2-week is still in the bearish control zone and still flipped down with volatility expansion despite this bounce up. So even if this bounce does continue, I would expect it to get maybe somewhere up to like $117 to $120. I don't really expect it to get somewhere get above 125, and from there I still expect it to come down towards $70. Invalidation on all of this that move to $70 is going to be getting right now a 2-week close over $125. Momentum on the weekly is trying to pick back up, but it's still in the bearish control zone and still still below the moving average. Getting to that extremes area on the HPDR, now it's starting to get a deviation of this 100 EMA. So if we continue higher, it takes us to that same $119 to $120 area. I don't think it's going to get to that 38.2%, a little high up. I think it's going to top somewhere around this area right here to this 21 EMA and this mean line. That lines up with the 50% range. 5 days doing the same thing as the weekly, very close to getting momentum back up, deviating that 100 EMA. Right now, that target at the top is still somewhere around that $120 to $121 area on this 21. 2 days, very close to getting back over the moving average on momentum. Volatility is very close to going into a contraction, telling you this is likely going to be a corrective move. And we are getting some girthy green dildos on this corrective move. That non-target was the top move would be somewhere around this 100 EMA to the median, right around that same $120 zone. Daily's already started to pick back up on momentum, getting all the way back to the reset point with volatility coming to basically 0%. And the jewel has not lost its buy signal, but the pink has crossed below the yellow, telling you it's likely going to be a corrective move on this buy signal on the jewel that we get. Probably not going to be all that long, taking us up to somewhere around this 2055 EMA, which is around 118, 120 bucks. 4 hours already flipped to the upside within the bullish control zone on momentum, flipped to the upside. Volatility is come on. Currently contracting, interesting. Getting girthy green dildo with volatility contraction. And the jewel's giving you a pretty nice buy signal. It's about to have the pink cross above the yellow with light blue right next to them. Funny enough, that move doesn't take you anywhere over really $125. And even that would be getting to pretty extremes on the HPDR. That'd be hitting like the 95%, 97.5%. Let's move into the RSI. Ding. 6 months still has active hidden bullish divergence. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing above $90.69. If that gets invalidated, though, you're going to be confirming a local top up here, and that's going to be 1, 2, 3 drives of bearish divergence, giving you a minimum target of this 90 EMA at around $70. What do you know? If you start to lose that 90 EMA, though, you're going to go towards the very interesting target at the edge of the bullish control zone. So that gives you between $70 and $62.34. Very biased feeling. But start to lose that, that takes you towards the 21 EMA. That's where it starts to get really bad at around like $45 to $40. My bias right now is that it holds that $60 area. Come on. Don't fuck me, internet. Never fuck me. Quarterly has already confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence on the RSI. We've already hit the easy target of the 9, so if we start to lose that, that would bring us right down to the edge of the bullish control zone, which lines right up with my bias in the $70 region, $77. 2-week. 2-week gets many drives of bearish divergence currently, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $122.90. And your next move is down to the edge of the bearish control zone, which is not really that much lower. It's at $94. And you're getting that bearish divergence off of the back of expanding volatility from pretty low levels. Come on. Weekly also have many drives of bearish divergence confirmed. As long as you're below basically, what is that, $122.90, your next target is going to be the bearish critical zone, which currently is a little bit low. I don't think it's going to go to that number. It's sitting at around $41. So it's even below the 200. 3-day. 3 días. Daily. Oh, 4-hour has put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. So if we can get a 4-hour close above $109.84, that would give us a target of hitting the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about $121 and 121.30. Very lucky that is a correction though. And it lines right up with my meme line and probably dumps from there to somewhere around $70. Oh, wow, we broke above $81,000. 81.5. This is a fast move up.
Has to
Yeah,
be.
it's gonna be the either the same setup as before, where it's just getting to the because it's getting to the high number and dumping fast, so it's not letting people come in and grab the high number.
That's
So
unfortunate.
we're essentially now gauging 82.2 to 82.3. Range isn't different with volatility. We still have technically the bearish retest set up there. So, if we end up going, which we probably will in the next few minutes, up to that point, gauge the rejection zone there. Because it either could be that we go up to that point, tap it real fast, possibly even up to the 34, the 21 on the daily, and then reject. And then there's your bearish retest. And then we go down, and we were wrong. And the bearish retest wasn't yesterday. That was just a test dump. Or we reclaim 82.2, 82.3, and it confirms my bias that, we're going to go up to the daily EMA 100. First stop will be the EMA 200, though, at 85. So, I mean, how did we know a $1 trillion move was about to hit the markets? I think NASDAQ's up like 8% on the day. I think Trump paused tariffs for 90 days. Chart then news always. And the charts were just screaming up last night. I do regret I was up at 2, 3 a.m. debating if I should give like a bunch of long triggers out, but I'm going to wait on the daily still today. I think still the wise move. So, but still, it's like what I said, when we do end up going to 88,000, 87, like now we're at 82 almost, I'm going to be very max confident to short that because we're calling this at 74s and then everyone's going to be bullish then. So, we'll just see.
So on the quarterly, we have started to get volatility contraction on NVIDIA with momentum flipping to the downside and many drives of bearish divergence. And we're going to be flipped down as long as we're below $144.50. 6-month is the only one that's still flipped up and it's getting volatility contraction. So rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're above $65.80. Very, very interesting because that lines up with my target to the downside. Monthly is flipped down with bearish divergence with volatility contraction as long as you're below $143.75. Weekly is getting volatility expansion now with momentum flipped to the downside with a dip of death as long as you're below $124.17. Weekly is also getting volatility expansion, although momentum is currently above the pivot, currently flipped down technically, but it will flip up in 2 days and 3 hours if it goes above $97.69. Very nice number. 5 days also expanding with momentum to currently flip to the upside, and it will remain up as long as we're closing over 88.88. Oh, Nvidia is a white supremacist company.
Fucking, my God.
Didn't you know 88 is the white supremacist number?
No, I didn't know. I did not know that, but 88 is a Chinese good luck number.
Hey, Jensen is Chinese, makes sense.
Yeah.
2 days getting volatility expansion as well with momentum to the upside, and it will remain up as long as we're above 95.80. Daily, if it'll load, please do me the honor of loading daily.
Dude, the Nasdaq is up 9%.
Holy shit.
Trap is being placed as we speak.
Yeah, the trap every oh dude, people are gonna get so fucked.
It has to
I'm
go
so
up
excited.
fast. Like it has to. That's what we were saying. Like it has to go up so freaking fast that it just leaves shorts feeling really uncomfortable right now. And people like my grandfather who think the bottom's not in yet and they flipped bearish yesterday are now like, damn, is the bottom in? And they're buying. That's what we need. And then that's why we'll get like down so aggressive.
Yeah.
Daily is also pointing to the upside on Nvidia, and it's going to be pointed up as long as we're above $98, $99. Come on. And 4 hours also pointed to the upside, starting to get volatility contraction now as long as you're above $95. Alright, so all of the high time frames right now are flipping to the downside on Nvidia, kind of lining up with the idea that we're probably in a bear market. You're getting bearish divergences on the 6 months, you're getting them on the quarterly, you're getting them on the monthly. The only time frame right now that is still technically pointed up is the 6 month, although that one being pointed up doesn't really mean anything because it's going to take probably 2 years for that monthly 6 month setup to play out to the upside. And the pivot right now is somewhere around $65, which is my bias for us to go down to, and the technical target of those bearish divergences. So I'm thinking based off the quarterly HPDR that we come down to somewhere around that median, which is right around $65. For the target of those bearish divergences, to grind out a higher low somewhere over there, probably takes a year and a half to 2 years to play out, putting in hidden bullish divergences on the 6 month, and that would take us up to new all-time highs. Right now, the invalidation of that is getting any weekly closure over $112. You get a weekly closure, I'd say 2-week closure to be safe, over $112, and then you probably go to current all-time highs. But as of right now, we likely go towards $65. If we get a weekly close below $60, then we're probably getting a move to $45. Although I don't think that's going to happen. I think we bottom out at $60 and then go to new all-time highs from there. But probably over the next year and a half to 2 years.
All right. Alex, you want to go over anything before you go?
Yeah. I'll just share Bitcoin real fast. Real fast, I promise. Okay, cool. So we're getting that higher low, higher high at the H1 EMA SMA 200. So should expect some rejection here. Daily's very key here. You need it back above 5,300 to actually go up to the 5,500, like we talked about, to possibly up to the 5,700. And then there we get the easy trade. ES1 goes to daily at EMA 100. Bitcoin goes to daily EMA 100. And we just get the rejection. On Bitcoin, yeah, nice bounce here. Let's go to lower time frames. Now, Jesus. Now we're at the spot. We have that double bottom, higher low, higher low, higher high, lower time frame trend is shifted at resistance though. So we can't disregard 81.6 to like 83.3. Let me check the index. Yep, 82.2 is mine. So 82.2 is the spot. You can't disregard that. You're either now what I'm saying is going to get that bearish retest here where it was support, rejection or breakdown. Never have hit it yet. So you're either going to mega rally up and this is a mega bearish retest, or this is just playing out to what I was saying. You're going to reject here, come down. You're going to go long onto maybe tonight when I post these long triggers. You're going to make the move up to the 87s. You're going to get an insane RR short here, and we're going to print and dunk on everyone again. So, I mean, we're kind of cooking at ETA. That's all I'm going to say. If you guys aren't on the trading alerts, definitely sign up because I'm going to mainly be giving those out over the Discord. I gave out multiple trades on the Discord, 15 hour trades that printed. I want to now focus more on the members, giving us some setups so we can print privately now. So definitely sign up for the alerts if you like money. Tether dominance here is at support, so we're at a big spot. We're either going to reject 82.2, and this is the bearish retest, and we're kind of just, it's gonna give us an easy short that we're not going to take it. So that's why we need to watch 82.2. I'm serious, like this is a spot. It's either going to be like we reject here, and then you're going to just get a short like this, potentially, which is, not the best RR, but also it's amazing RR. It's just a 3% risk for 20 gain. But it's a little harder if you take this short. That's why I'm hoping it's nice to us and we can get something like this. Would be a lot nicer. Daily EMA 100 comes down to 87.3. You don't take out that last lower high on the macro. And we can just call this right here the lower low. Next week closes above like 82s, and we push up to the 87s very fast, very aggressively. As I said, that's the idea, that you needed to do that because of just where we were. Logic says that, if you know TA at all, you can't be bearish at a weekly SMA 200. That to me just seems really counterproductive and not wise. So, Dow Jones was kind of it. I said if this flips green, this will be the front run confirmation. And well, we're almost to 41,400. So let's check oil. Is oil bouncing? Notice the correlation to that. That's why I said oil is going to give us a big short. It's going to bounce bigly. It is. So, I mean, we still need the, these aren't meme lines. These are just stupid lines. Let me get these off. So we essentially need, what's it called? Oil to potentially make its way all the way up. 2 week needs to close under that SMA 200. Then you're going to get probably the easiest short you'll take all year, just in my opinion. So markets are really cooking. You're really gauging on an hourly even if Bitcoin's going to reclaim 82.2. If we start rejecting here, you're going to be concerned. It's been the rejection spot. I don't like using the SMA 200 on an hourly, but hey, it works right now. So it's been a big rejection zone. You're either going to reject here or this is going to be a big squeeze up. We're probably going to fill our major shorts soon. And that means I need to start posting these signals out. So remember, there's no FOMO to long because the 12-hour, if it reclaims the EMA 9, that'll be your long trigger whenever it wants to load for me. So, that's currently right now at, where is it? Of course, it's the 9 that didn't load. It's at 79,200. Think of it like a psychological point. So very well could get a pullback at that point. We could go up to like 84s, get the pullback, retest the right. We could easily we could do this instead. Actually, this seems kind of more likely, and psychology of it would make sense. You do something like this, major green dildo up. You go up, tap 84s. Everyone starts scaling shorts there based on this stop loss. You come down, you retest the 9, you form a higher low. You go one more leg up, go to 87s, 86, 88s, down. I mean, the psychology in that would be aggressive and crazy. But we'll have to see. So that's it. 82.2 is the spot. Bears are going to try to reject us literally here. So if you're itching to short and you're horny and you think I'm wrong at 88 and even 85, this is the spot where you short and you have your stop loss simply at 82.8, 82.9, and you short 82.2. So that's all I got, boys. Appreciate you.
Nice. Very nice, sir. Well, thank you so much, boys. Anything else you guys want to say before you go?
Nope. Just watch the trading alerts. I'm going to post some stuff today.
Yeah.
Yep. Hasta luego and buenas
Well, thank you,
tardes,
guys.
muchachos.
Enjoy your day. Have a good one. This is fun as fuck. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Peace out, boys.
Peace out. Qué locura. Espérenme. Qué locura estos movimientos. Lo rápido que llegamos, lo fuerte de haber visto, ¿no? Y esto, de nuevo, ustedes piénsenlo. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? ¿De verdad nos está diciendo Donald Trump anunciando algo nuevo? ¿O por qué la tabla nos dijo antes, algo raro va a pasar donde esto va a despegar? y tuvo el despegue como loco. Eso es imposible de predecir que iba a comportarse así, etcétera. Pero tuvo ese súper despegue potente en todo el mercado. Lo estamos viendo en todo el mercado. Así que muy interesante. Esto es Bitcoin regresando a los 81,000 y cacho dólares. No les voy a mentir, abrí un cheeky short aquí arriba porque la última vez que hizo esto nos lo regresó para abajo. Ahora no estoy diciendo, no se los recomiendo. Esto es simplemente, literalmente una apuesta que ya está en positivo. Pero bueno, vamos a finalizar esto con el análisis de Nvidia, por supuesto, que igual que todo, estamos esperando este retesteo bajista. Una vez más, tenemos aquí el promedio del 100, el promedio del 9, que hubiera funcionado. Por cierto, lo que hizo el mercado fue literalmente, quiero entrar aquí en el long, ¿qué voy a hacer? Bueno, voy a poner mi orden de compra acá y fue de, no puedes entrar y te sacó. Instantáneamente te sacó haciendo este movimiento y todo el mundo que quiere entrar en los cortos aquí arriba, lo que hizo fue, ¿quieres entrar? Toma, güey, no te va a dar tiempo. Agresivamente no está dejando que absolutamente nada entre ni salga en el mercado. Ahora, ¿qué estamos viendo en Nvidia? También tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, tenemos el retesteo del 9 y el 100. Esto es una señal de corto. Y aquí, si eres bajista, es lo que quieres ver. Este 100 y este 9 promedios de 100 y 9 sesiones están en 110. Arriba de 110 y arriba de esta línea meme en 113, vas a venir a retestear el corte plateado, pero al 55, en los 121. Yo creo que este pudo haber sido el nivel. Ahora, si el mercado se voltea hoy y se va para abajo agresivamente, estamos viendo algo que nunca habíamos visto en la historia. No hay más. No hay más. Si ahorita nos quedamos por acá, consolidamos chido, damos un brinquito más para arriba y continuamos bien. Eso es lo que nos gustaría ver para poder todos tener el tiempo de poner nuestro short, nuestro long, lo que queramos hacer. Ahorita el mercado está jugando un juego muy peligroso para todos los inversores, para absolutamente todos los inversores. Todos estos movimientos agresivos normalmente no se quedan. No se me confíen, no crean que porque el movimiento está yendo ahorita a tu favor se va a quedar así todo el tiempo. No se confíen. Qué locura. Nvidia alcista por encima de 110, con posible objetivo en los 120, pero estamos ante un retesteo bajista y esto nos podría y debería tal vez de llevar a los 91 y tal vez en los 91 encontrar ese rebote que es lo que estamos planeando, pero vamos a analizar todas las tablas, vamos a estar por ahí, les vamos a mandar todo esto en las alertas, por supuesto, a todos los que están suscritos en nuestro sistema de alertas. Y les prometo, esta semana ya me queda lo del teléfono. Fue un desvergue. Les mando un abrazote. Gracias a todos por estar aquí con nosotros. Qué buen miércoles. Qué divertido es el mercado, carajo. Qué divertido es el mercado. Que viva la Fórmula 1, su puta madre o la madre que la parió y también el mercado, como dice Albert Fábrega. Les mando un abrazo. No dice su puta madre, es la madre que la parió.